れてく時の中で傷物乗れてる払われてる思い出は色あせてものもろくも昨日を積み上げ金庫保つもろほろ昨日今日で同行できない状況に同調して上場する上長のよりどころはどこ明日のランに託してマスターピリマスターピースは俺の一人よがりかもこのままに少しらんせやま決してなくしてはならないだからってならくせあかんのあれもね肩打つしぐれその目覚めだけどさ目覚め足のチェンジただのせい
受け入れる弱さ押さえつけちゃ浅はかうつつの我が身心だけが元素今日の中ぼやけた境目タイルの上溶ける影金色の髪撫でる風いつかこのリンゴ赤くなるの時代変われどもきっとアンプラグド明日の私は何守る何言われても従いましょうWe gotta make a change フォーセットフリー使ってこの体はダバナのメタファー何も変わらないなら Don't decide me We gotta make a change We gotta make a change We gotta make a change 食材何度したって皮膚様は苔のメタファー明日も変わらないなら Don't decide me We gotta make a change We gotta make a change We gotta make a change 仕方ないじゃないと変わろうとしない But we gotta start to make changes これは夢みたいな現実だけどどうかさせるステンシルモラトリアムBMG いつもいた人を損なうほどの痛み伴う改革というドラッグの通り異なり通り行う一人残らず全員がドナドナ釜落ちる刹那ただ待つスマグラー危なカダブライデオマグナム打ち抜く被害者意識と旧式のあるスマグナ腐った果実をつまみ出す新しくないものの席はこの世界に割りはしない Ages ain't nothing but a number しかし経験で衝動が経年劣化だから We gotta start to make changes 新しい風残すペーパーとペンシル
生きることそれは人と人がバイアウトそこに存在する概念はプラスマイナスクライマックス迎える前にたらめ合うスパイラルショー化させる俺はフレンドバイアスよ着々痛むレディオアクティビティフォイスラも楽しむ意志の白唇リアリティ調子やすく生じて Cause I'm love sick ファクトリスクないセンシティビティ We gotta make a change フォーセットフリー使ってこの体はダバナのメタファー何も変わらないなら Don't decide me We gotta make a change We gotta make a change We gotta make a change 食材何度したって皮膚様は苔のメタファー明日も変わらないなら Don't decide me We gotta make a change We gotta make a change We gotta make a change ネガティブの中にあるポジティブそれは幻想そうでなければ思い込み確かにプラスボーもいいだろうが待てとプラスとまくれみでまくれぬラスト手だけじゃいつまでも一歩通行の執行猶予にきっとずっとラがねけど君のことだけをyeah 引き続き行き着く先に気づくすりはあるだろうか幸か不幸かまだ腐りきちゃない
でも時は不可逆洗うほどにクロックアップ取り戻せない可食性黒くなるぼんやりと薄青色に浮かぶ六芒星館の中じゃできない光合成、yeah、行くたびのチェンジでも譲れない道強がって演技高校抜けたらもう戻れない最高の天気なんて覚えてないなら夢と筒の反対へいざなうWe gotta make a change フォーセットフリー使ってこの体はダバナのメタファー何も変わらないなら Don't decide me We gotta make a change We gotta make a change We gotta make a change 食材何度したって皮膚様は苔のメタファー明日も変わらないなら Don't decide me We gotta make a change 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 Make a change
Man. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. It's me, Mario Galaxy. Oh, fucking kill me already. Hello everyone, welcome to the art stream, the live commission stream. Give me a minute. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, I need to change scenes. There we go. Hello. welcome to the Emergency Commission live stream. Yeah! Let's go! It is I, your favorite brokey, Alexy Million. I am back. For real, for real. Yeah, we're so fucking back. Hey, Sekta, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're so fucking back. Alright, I think you know the deal by now. By how, when you see how often I just, you know, become extra broke. Emergency commissions tonight. And not just tonight, but until we hit the goal of $500. The goal may seem kind of big. That's because I'm planning for the student loans of next month. Because right now I have nothing. So I need to plan for that. That's why I'm doing it now instead of like, you know, fucking, you know, 3 years later. So yeah, as usual, everyone who participate in the emergency commissions will get a free sketch on top of everything they commissioned. Yeah, let me actually just pretend it says hi. Hi! Hi, Cryo, how you doing? How you doing? God, my back is like fucking dead. My back is like, every muscle is trying to rip itself apart of, like, from my my spine or something. Like all of them. Every single muscle is like screaming for its life. It's painful. Anyway, $500. Let's try to make it. All types of commissions go. Let's actually do some fucking promo. This isn't a thing anymore. Oh yeah, marathons. Well, no longer a marathon, but sponsorships are still a thing. If you happen to have $1,500 on you, you can get 12 full body commissions done at the rhythm of once a month. Just something rough sex with your back muscles. It's all in the hips. You're fucking right. I should do that. Thank you for the tips. But yeah, sponsorship is still a thing. Thank you, Dixie, once again for the first sponsorship. I'm a broke bitch. Yo, same? Based. I get you. But yeah, marathon sponsorship. If you want it, or if you know someone who wants it, or if you're fucking crazy and are going to take a fucking loan, you might get a lot of commissions, boo-boo. No, don't actually take a loan for this. But yeah. Anyway, here are the commission oh! Zam! Sekta! Let's fucking go! Thank you, Sekta, for the first commission, I'm assuming, of the night. Thank you very much. You're helping me out so fucking much. Thank you. Let me check what it is. $60! Thank you very much, Sekta commission for a live sketch. Let's fucking go. Missions detail undecided this time. No problem. You'll DM me what you want. Do you have any ideas? I'm open. I can't think of something right now, but I'll try to think of something if you can't. Thank you very much, Sekta. You're helping me a lot. Based. Can we get some pogs in the chat? I apologize for not drawing you this month. I'm trying to do it as happy. Won't be received. Oh, no problem. Oh yeah, that's right. I still have technically a draw this in your style going on. Literally no one entered, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll redo it when I'm like fucking 1K followers or something like that. My OC will probably not change much by then. But thank you. I'm gonna still chill for a little bit, you know, as usual. But here are my prices for illustrations: simple, medium, complex, extreme. Remember, there's a 30% extra if you want an extra character. That's only for simple and mediums. Complex and extreme have that included in the price. I started something, but hard block. It's hard. I getcha. There's so much shit I want to work on, and I always get blocked like that. Patreon, if you want, it's still a thing. Forget about the monthly character pool, because I just don't have the time to work on them. I still have too much work, but they're still a thing. Anyway, thank you very much, Sekta. I will add you right now to the queue. Damn. Alright, I got my money. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye. JK. Of course, JK. We're gonna draw that tonight. I wanna get through a few of the queue. Sekta, thank you once again. I'm gonna add you to the Google Sheet. Sekta, let's fucking go. Oh, I do have to shill something else too. So guys, I have a funny meme. I don't know if you guys saw it on Twitter. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can show it on screen without like blasting some accidental porn or something, so I won't show it. But I don't know if you guys saw it on Twitter, but I posted that I'm opening one commission slot for the most fucked up furry gay porn of all time for $5,000. If you know a degenerate, suspiciously wealthy furry that's willing to commission me for $5,000, fucking give them my info. I am desperate for money. The only condition is that it will not be posted on my page, and I kind of want it to be, you know, kind of a quiet thing. But yeah, I am willing to do one sacrifice. This will be my end. Alright. So Sexta, I'm assuming you haven't come up with an ID in the past 2 minutes, so let's see what I can start with. I could work on Ass Boy's commission, because I know he probably just wants a random little guy. He doesn't really care about the drawing, I think. So I don't have to wait for him to either be on stream or wait for his approval on whatever, so I could just do that. We have a few golden sketches. I don't think I got the the things for them. Well, Lemon sent me something for the golden. I don't know what it was. I don't really understand, so I'll have to fucking check up with him later. I'll be that guy if I had money. I am the non-suspiciously wealthy furry. Based. Alright, Sekta, here's the ID. Hold up, the music is too loud. Alright. So yeah, Sekta, here's the ID, right? You win the lottery, and then you commission me the $5,000 very suspicious piece. Got it? Got it. Okay, let me start a new Google Sheet with the contributors. So Sekta for $60. Thank you very much. Dollars, there we go. Alright. Trying not to get lost in all the Google Docs and shit. Just hit up and give a miracle? Lol. She probably has thousands of gay furry diaper Wonder Bread commissions. You know what's funny? Is that I do have a contact with the Wonder Bread guy. I'm pretty sure you guys remember that I did make a Wonder Bread drawing. Kinda. As a shredded thumbnail, because he was invited on Shredded. Reborn knows him. But unfortunately, he's not wealthy at all. It was me doing a $5,000 fur comes with a Kermit doll goatee. Bro, that would be so based. Base ID, indeed. I love you guys. Alright. My throat is fucking sore shit. Delicious water. Delicious. I was thinking of a transformation piece. I can design which context / design. Okay. Sure. We can brainstorm it later if you want. And poor Wonder Bread dude can't get the gamer bread. Yeah. I think Reward told me something. I don't want to go in details because it can be kind of too much, but I know apparently he went very broke at one point because of Wonder Bread commissions. He got scammed too. That's kind of sad. I did have to deny him at one point commissions. Not even because I didn't want to work on them, but because it was too he didn't have the money basically. Well, that was one thing I kind of denied him, but it wasn't Wonder Bread related. It was something else, and it was really kind of fucked up, but not in the Wonder Bread fetish way at all. I was really uncomfortable with the subject, but mostly for personal reason, not really cringe reason. Whatever. All right. Oh, by the way, Cryo, have you decided what you wanted for the chibis? A reminder that you still have 4 chibis I owe you. You still haven't told me what you wanted, so let me know. Let me know so I can work on them. Oh yeah, I wanted to go over the queue real quick. So now we have 15 sketches to go through. That's cool. That's cool. I mean, if we do 3 a day, that'll be like what, 5 days? That's like a week. So in a week they will all be done. That'll be based. And for illustrations, we have 9 plus one of Sylvie's sponsor illustrations for this month. That's 10. 10 that I need to do before the end of June at least. And then I have only to work on a few big commissions, like extreme commissions and 1 manga. As cameras are bitches. Still waiting on a $50 sketch from one dude. Oh shit. I went completely silent. Oh, that fucking sucks. Still being an indecisive little shit, so I haven't made my design. Oof. I mean, we can work on it if you want. I mean, it would be kind of maybe not a good idea to work on it as a chibi first, and then a of like normal proportion design. We'll see. Yeah, I still remember there's one guy that did scam me out of a sketch. Promised the fucking big ass commission plus tips and shit. I don't know if you guys remember the guy who sent me even fake fucking PayPal screenshots. Thank God I did not fall for that. I was immediately like, those screenshots are shady as fuck. Okay. Okay, so besides Secta, I wasn't decided yet. I don't see anyone in the queue, so I'm gonna go ahead and do Ass Boys, and then I'll go through my DMs and see what I can cook for what I was given. Will be a nice warm up too. So Ass Boy usually wants a little guy. That's why they commissioned me first. Other things motivating you to do art is spinning that beach based. Spiting that bitch, yeah. Based. Fuck positive motivation. Do it out of spite. Okay. Let's design a fun little guy. So, fuck. Let me see. I probably have Ass Boy somewhere. There we go. That's the first little guy I drew for Ass Boy. That was a while ago. That was during the first marathon. It was a little guy like kind of being chased by a giant lady. So I want to go for something else. What is this? Nah, that's too bad. But yeah, art scammers are a fucking bitch. I despise them, whether they're fake clients or fake artists. I loathe them. Yeah, I should be strong enough to do my own game solve this diaper art. Yes. One day you shall explain that to your parents. Wait, is that someone who signed on me recently? Ah, damn, I'm sorry to hear about that, guys. He's just sending me a sketch, so I'm still full. Yeah, maybe. I'm assuming you try to contact them again. Man, I feel so bad though, because there's so many people who probably thought that I actually did like ghost them because I've been so slow doing commissions. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not a scammer. I'm just very slow and inconsistent. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do better about it. I'm almost done with the queue, even though I had to sacrifice all the giveaways because I just literally couldn't. I would be working on it for like another 3 years if I wanted to do the giveaways. I should do him in pose. Of just doing it. There we go. Pose. Accidentally using my chibi proportions for this. Not really accident. I kind of want to make him have a derpy look. Maybe I'll make him hold the staff. He's holding like a branch, not even a branch, like a stick. Like a marshmallow at the end. That would be funny. No, I didn't want to erase. I wanted to make it smaller. I'll give him probably a kick. What do you guys think of the little guy so far? I hope he's cute and little and guy. My bad, it's a little man. Not just a little guy, it's a little man. You would think you. So have you guys been playing the funny Zelda game? Or not yet? Or not at all? Wait. Hey Sylvie, how you doing? Welcome to the Emergency Commission live stream. How are you going? We're currently working on S-Boy's drawing. Who's not here currently. He just told me that he wanted a little man. So I'm drawing a little man. I'm good? Based. I wanted, but I haven't played Switch for 7 years. Oof. It's really good. It's really good. Honestly, it's even better if you didn't play the first one. Because this game's only problem is that it's the same game virtually as the first one. I treated your stream slightly. I can support you myself at the moment. It's completely fine, Sylvie. You just gave me 500. You're 100% fine. Thank you very much already for that. I'm a bit tight this morning. It's fine. Don't worry. I hope things go well for you, by the way. Regardless of if you can commission me or not. Wait. But yeah, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is basically the same game as Breath of the Wild, unfortunately. I mean, okay, it's reductive to say that. It feels like a massive expansion of the first game. So, like, everything from Breath of the Wild is in this game. The problem is that it's, like, also the problems are there. It fixed some of them, kinda, but, like, really... I would say in a kind of superficial way. Still a great game, though. Still a great game. Highly recommend it. In case you're wondering, no, I didn't waste my money on it. A friend of mine bought it for me, so that... Don't worry, that is not what the commission money went on. I'm thinking of kind of putting a beer cap as a hat. I don't know if that looks like a beer cap or not. Because I don't drink beer. Don't drink any alcohol. Fuck it. Let's say it passes as a beer cap. I'm thinking this might be good enough for the design. Like something just simple, you know? And we'll work on the background a bit. On the block. I hope this looks like grass. It probably doesn't look like grass at all. Well, that was fast, but let's go with the shading. Oh, by the way, Dixie, you're still here? Let me know what you want for all the sketches you have. Let me remind you, you have 3 golden and 2 extra detail. Let me know what you wanted for them. Yo! The Bourgeoisie started a raid with 14 people. Thank you! Hey! I don't have any sound alerts for streams, raids. Feel like a dum-dum. Hello, Bougie. How you doing? I'll take DMs. I gotta go, sadly. Gotcha. Yeah, thank you for coming, Sylvie. See you later. Howdy, howdy. How you doing, Bougie? Welcome to the stream. We're doing emergency commissions. Cause I'm broke. We're working on a little guy for Ass Boy. But yeah, we're going for a goal of $500 for emergency commissions, for student loans and other stuff like that. So if you want to help me by either sharing my stuff or commissioning me, you can just do that. That would be very helpful. And you can also share, you can also commission me by using my Ko-fi link. Everyone who contributes to the goal will get a free sketch once we hit the goal of 500. Wait, I didn't do a shout out for Bourgeoisie. Yeah. How did your stream go, by the way, Bougie? Sorry, I'm not used to being raid, so I forget everything. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, were you playing Fear and Hunger? I've heard about this game. I should try it. Looks completely fucked up. It's being Fear and Hunger. I love the amount of dicks that series has. Apparently it has a lot. Bro, you can get away with streaming that on Twitch? Or is there like a streamer mode? Do you just panic when there's dick flashes? It's like 4 hours learning how to play the game. It's a brutal for an RPG Maker game. Based. I knew about it before iPatchWolf made a video on it, Dab. Like, briefly knew of it. I watched like another video I say like fucking a month ago. I was like, damn, that game looks cool, I should try it, and then I never did. Because I have too many games. You were working on Zelda. Hey, Reborn, how you doing? A Galaxy brain, all lower answers. I am very afraid of that fucking. I am very afraid of your mind in general. I don't know what you're gonna come up with this time. It's not on the prohibited game list. Just gotta be careful with some of the scenes when you lose. Okay. I've heard there are some very no-no scenes in this game. But I guess if it doesn't get picked up by the bots, then this is fine. I mean, honestly, what is it compared to, like, fucking titty streamers, right? Am I right? By the way, let me know if the music is too low. It's usually too loud, but I might have lowered it too much. I got very lucky though with how many characters I went through. Zam. I really need to try this fucking game. I think the second one is good too. I know there's a second game. Although it works completely differently. So yeah, that's the funny thing. If you play the second one, apparently you're gonna have to relearn everything because it plays very differently. Oh, by the way, Bougie, I'll hit you up soon for the commission you bought from me, the Bobobo one. Because I am getting through all of the commissions, so it's gonna be your turn soon, TM. By soon, I mean either by the end of this month or like mid next month. I've been told they tone a bunch of stuff down in Fear and Hunger 2. Yeah, I've heard that too. Well, it is still pretty brutal, I think. I don't know. Don't take my word for it. I didn't play the game. Here I am, fucking mansplaining about a game I didn't play. Should do that more often. Maybe I should make a YouTube channel where I just review games I never played. I just talk shit. Like I played them, I never did. No. Oh, like fucking. I don't fucking know. Like Battlefield was actually not that bad, guys. Really good. Face looking forward to it. Nice. Sorry about the wait. I've had a lot of things on my queue. I've been very inconsistent on the process, but it's clearing up. I have about 10 illustrations left on the queue for like the what I should do short term, basically. And then it's all longer works and Dixie's sponsorship. Which is, if you don't know, sponsorship is you pay big money and you get one commission for free, quote unquote free every month. You do save money, but you have to pay in one go, basically. That is the funny meme. All right, let's continue the shading on this. Okay, let's work on the colors now. Let's go with the background first. We're gonna take some blue. Yeah, sure, that should go. YouTube, stop pausing my music. You bitch. Maybe I should go on the VIP VC. I agree with that sentiment. Okay, let's go VIP room. Boom. There we go. Now the rules of the VIP room: do not say racial slurs, and only praise the Lord Satan. Hydrate. Thank you very much, Cryo. I was thirsty. Amazing water. I must now refill, whatever. That's too hard of a rule. Do not come in the VC. Hello, Lemon. You're right back. I'm gonna fill my bowl.
Lars, you don't have to worry about that. Do not come. As our famous vice president once said, do not come. You must be celibate. That was not why she said do not come, but it's funny to just leave it at water. That. Do not come.
Hello, no Lemon. Come. No come allowed. Did the music pause again? No, it was just struggling to load. Yeah, she wasn't at all like being racist towards immigrants. She was just telling people to not orgasm. Do not come.
Do not come. God, she's so uncharismatic.
How you doing, Lemon?
I'm doing.
Doing your mom.
I ate spicy food. So, I have in front of me a small little project that I've very inconsistently worked on, and not recently. as in not within the past like week or so. I've been too addicted to like Rowena and doing nothing.
Understandable.
Been uninspired. But that project is writing. Chick is fiction.
Yeah.
I have written a prologue that probably deserves some rewrites, and a chunk, a lot of words for a first chapter.
Okay.
Of a story, and I think that's pretty epic.
That's based.
Yeah.
You should send it to me so I can read it sometime.
I'm checking the word count of the first chapter so far, because I'm actually interested in learning. How the fuck do we do that in Google Docs? Insert link. Format options. How do I check how much text is the section that I've highlighted? Oh, there we go. 5,196 words is the first chapter.
Nice.
And the prologue is 1,290, 80, 92.
Nice.
Math. So it's a solid chunk. It's 12 pages on Google, on my Google document.
That's nice. It's a big amount. It's a nice chunky amount.
It's solid chunk. It's not as significant as I would like it to be though. Kamala Harris, the mental capacity of a vegetable. I think you're mixing up Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Joe Biden has the mental capacity of a vegetable. Kamala Harris has the charisma of a potato.
I don't even remember who that is. Nor do I really care.
She's the vice president of the United States.
Oh, right, it's her. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why I don't fucking give a shit.
Yeah, she's the black Californian liberal lady.
Zam.
Who performs mass incarceration and deportation.
My vice president.
Actually, I forget what role she had in the state of California before vice president. She wasn't the governor. Was she a DA at one point? I think she might have been a DA at one point. As a district attorney, basically the head of the legal department of the state. But she might have been like a House of Representatives, a state representative or something like that. Either way, she sucks. Nobody likes her, and they don't give her any jobs as vice president that would make people like her. She literally only does unimportant work, and every single time that she is given any amount of publicity, she's like the least telegenic person.
Lamau.
Yeah, she loved to incarcerate people who smoked weed and keeping.
I don't know. The more you tell me about her, the more I think she's based.
I did not know the details of how she did mass incarceration, but keeping them in jail after changing the rules is.
Hoppity, you're spending your life in jail.
Hey, it's the American way. Put someone in jail and make sure that they stay in jail for the rest of their life, so you can extract free labor off of them. Yeah, God bless America. She lengthened. Yeah, exactly. She lengthened people's prison sentences for the sake of cheap labor. It's literally the American way.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, we have legalized slavery here. Didn't you know?
Based.
So long as people are in prison, we are allowed to force them to work for free. And as such, it has been a tradition for various government bodies throughout the United States to take advantage of that and implement policy that purposefully jails people so that they can extract labor from them.
God bless America.
Yeah, progressive presidency. A white old man with dementia.
Progressive is when you jail everyone and make them work forever.
Old dementia. So okay, yeah. It took me a second to actually read that properly because I'm like illiterate apparently. Yeah, a white old
presidency.
Yeah,
both white old dementia suffering. Yeah.
Yeah, a white old man suffering from dementia who advocates for racial segregation and a special needs black gal. That is our current.
Listen. Okay. Do not get without getting political. I just want to let you know that if you didn't vote for Joe Biden, then you ain't black. His words, not mine. I mean, yes, literally, that is his words, not mine.
That is statistically true, but not entirely true. It's like, probably 99% of black people voted for Joe Biden. Or somewhere above 90% probably.
Well, I don't even know. I neither know nor care about the number.
Yeah, who cares? And ironically, it is actually one of the more progressive presidencies that we've had, at least in recent times. It depends on what area of purview you're talking about. Because it's certainly not progressive in the form of immigration. It's certainly not progressive in the form of workers' rights. It's certainly not progressive in military funding to other countries. So, but it's kind of progressive in the fact that he acknowledges trans people.
Biden be the type of fucking president to like shoot someone in the face and then go on Twitter and say, "Man, someone should stop that guy."
He also advocates for even more aggressive policing of our very police state. A very aggressive police state. No, it is slavery. It's not. First of all, indentured servitude is a form of slavery, to be entirely clear. But it is slavery.
Once I voted for Biden, getting 90% extra melon. Cryo, you're not American. You frauded the elections. Trump was right.
And as opposed to indentured servitude, where the entire point is that you effectively work off a debt until you have earned enough money to vindicate your leaving the labor or becoming free. In prisons, there is no such benefit. You have a hardline prison sentence, and regardless of how much labor you do, you are going to be serving that sentence, and doing more labor does not reduce that sentence. So it is just regular old slavery.
Anyway, I don't want to keep talking about politics, but what's your fucking you're writing what, a short story, a novel?
It is a form of novel or light novel, however long it turns out to be, one of the two.
Okay. So what's the story about?
Politics.
No! Here we follow our beautiful protagonist, Hassan Piker, as he's teleported in another world after being run over by Samuel Hyde. Oh hey, hey Salary, thank you for following.
You're too far off.
Hassan Piker becomes the communist revolutionary of another world. As he fucks underage elves in a brothel.
What? Wait, why did you fuck anybody underage?
I don't know, why not? It's another world. Different rules.
If you're in another world, you might as well, though.
Sees 2-year-old prostitutes, just shrugs and like, foreign customs. Anyway, that went dark.
Yes. Anyways, the main character is not modeled after Hassan.
Dear fucking God.
So much is modeled after me.
Oh no.
Which is understandable. It might as well write about yourself or the person you have the most relation to.
Mm-hmm.
And most notably, in the fact that I have explicitly characterized them as being an effective, like, nihilist nobody in reality, in a real society.
Mm-hmm.
Just somebody who's just like a normal ass wage cuck with no real influence.
Bro, he's just like me for real.
Who sees that there is a lot wrong or a lot that he doesn't like about the world, but it feels like there's nothing that can be done about it. It's not in a position to do anything about it. But through the spontaneous event of being isekai'd.
No, I was fucking right! Ah!
I am a subject of my influences, okay? There's too much goddamn isekai out there to not.
Bro, I can't wait for the crossover with fucking Yojo Senki, where Tanya just points at you and says communist and then immediately drops a nuke on you.
I actually did have this thought. I think it was in the shower earlier, where I was thinking to myself, like, should I ever be in a position of prominence in which there's like a lot of media attention or whatever, which would ultimately result in people calling me a communist for my political views, however
Yes.
communist they may or may not be. People will say communist as a pejorative and be like, don't like this guy because he's a communist, even if I'm not actually a communist. It's a bit adjacent, but like, regardless, I had the thought, like, if somebody were to say that to me, I'd be like, literally, one of my favorite novel series is the Saga of Tanya the Evil, which is
Going to kill you. Hey, Mimi, how you doing?
which is serious anti-communist propaganda.
Yes.
There's like 3 whole books that effectively boil down to killing communists and constantly talking about how communists deserve to die.
God bless Tanya the Evil.
It's insane. And there's some hilarious passages in it as a result. I remember I've sent at least a couple to you at some point, Alexy, but it would be difficult to look. Maybe if I just search Kami in our search history, in our message history. Oh my god, some hilarious passages from that book. Oh damn it! Maybe I sent. Oh, that was Reborn. That's correct. Oh, this, damn it! You're the only one who has ever used the term "kami" in our chat history, apparently. And one of the times it was when you posted like a cosplay, somebody cosplaying as her.
Yes, based.
Damn it! Oh, it was
a
way
good cosplay too.
It was way too like recent too. Because this would have been like a solid 6 months ago or so.
Yeah,
I
probably.
was fucking killing commies.
I remember you reading passages of the light novel when I was playing Elden Ring, so that was like a year ago.
Yeah, it's so good.
I need to go back to playing Elden Ring. Maybe Elden Ring stream this Saturday. Maybe.
Maybe Library of Ruina stream eventually.
Never.
Unfortunate. Anyways, the conceit of it is such that for the time being, it is of course a sort of feudalistic Japan sort. It's like a mixture of things. It is technologically like sort of Middle Ages, but it is a theocratic monarchy with that is also feudalistic, in which there are lords who have purview over specific areas.
I mean,
And
basically the usual fucking Europe-based like medieval era, right? But it's Japan basically.
Yeah, it's Euro Japan. it's always Euro Japan.
Let's go.
Yeah. And of course there's magic. Because there has to be magic.
It would be bad if there's no magic.
Yeah. You can't have a fantasy or an specifically you can't have an isekai without magic, and the magic makes it a fantasy. As it turns out, when I started writing this, because I, of course, have an educational background in physics and engineering, I'm a bit more like realistic in descriptions of it. The idea is it's a different universe, and that universe might have different physical properties and physical forces, but they are ultimately going to be similar in a lot of ways to our physics because of just the way that physics works. Like, anybody who says that a different universe would have like entirely different physical rules is just kind of wrong.
What do you expect? Gravity going fucking backwards? What the fuck? How?
Technically, gravity could go backwards, and you would still probably have a form of gravity, but the difference is not in the physics or the description of the physics, but in the constants that govern that physics is what would probably be the case. But fundamentally, you would still be able to describe any of that physics using the mathematics that we have in our reality.
Yeah.
And it would function in a very similar way. Any sort of force would be a field, a vector field, in which you can at any point in the field, describe the magnitude and direction of the force. Kind of be a vector field. Any sort of force is a vector field. Anyways, all that being said, there's a little bit more thought put into like the actual mechanics of the magic than in most isekai, and the goal is to not make it out to be like a fucking video game. It's stupid.
What do you mean the people of that world can just not open a menu?
Yeah. But the goal is or rather, so it starts out in this theocratic monarchy, Euro Japan, and eventually, I would, if I work on it enough, like to get to a point where I transition into it being about America equivalent, reliving in a way the events of the mid 19th century when America showed up on Japan's doorstep, wrote their constitution, and fucking yeeted out, or like had significant impact on the development of Japan as a nation afterwards into like a pseudo America. And I would then combine that, and I would incorporate that sort of situation into a instead of a mid 19th century America, I would have it be a late 20th century, early 21st century America, and have a lot of the same international imperialistic and domestic issues that modern day America has.
Okay.
And they just, for whatever reason, it doesn't functionally matter, it's fiction, got to the point of having those problems at around the same time that they discovered the island nation that started out on. That would be a few books down the line.
Okay.
In any case, what's interesting about the way that this is written, that I discovered as I was writing it, is it's however obnoxious it may or may not be found to be, it is taking a detailed look at the everything around the main character and him excessively commenting on it within his mind with a approach of like the sort of like societal and economic mindset of, so in the case of this theocratic monarchy, what's inevitably going to be the case with any monarchy is that the wealth generated by the people in that country is going to be taken and controlled by that monarch, and to an overwhelming degree. You know, just take a look at Britain and their fucking like Buckingham Palace and the royal family and all their jewels and whatever. It's basically the idea. And so as he travels, I've only gotten so far as leaving the capital city in which he was born. But as he took a look at while he was leaving this city and observing the city as he was traveling through it in a carriage, thinking about the kinds of causes that would result in it being the way that it is, and the open disgust felt towards there being a significant population of like impoverished people towards the outskirts of the city is like the main thing that comes to mind. But also just taking a look at excessive wealth and being like, that's stupid. Why does this person have a fucking like 30 yards or 30 yards?
Okay.
Why does this person have like a square mile of land, kind of thing?
Gotcha. Thank you for giving us a quick summary of the novel. Alright, I've just finished Boy's drawing. I'll post it on Twitter and thank him for the commission. Lemon, you did want me to make a sketch or whatever with the golden, right? You had an ID for like
Yes.
an emblem or something.
Yes, yes, it is pinned.
Where is it? Okay.
It is interesting that you ask for that, and while I'm describing this story, because the point of it is that it is the emblem of the country, of the theocratic monarchy that I'm effectively asking you to design.
Okay, cool.
It is what is emblazed on the uniforms of the soldiers, and also on, like, drapes and whatever inside the castle.
The 6 angelic white wings outstretched from a bright yellow center. Okay. So I'm guessing it's like kind of like basically the Imperial Japan flag with but with wings, I guess.
Let me look up the Imperial Japan flag again.
It's basically the current flag but with rays of light beaming out of the center.
Kind of, not like all the way out to the edges though, but like
Okay.
it's more like actually the way the sun sometimes is depicted is like spikes of light coming out from the bright yellow center, that kind of thing. Although I don't necessarily think that it should be a yellow, just like a big yellow dot in the background like the sun is, but I think the spikes should largely constitute it, but it shouldn't outstretch all the way to the edges of the picture.
Okay. I'll try to cook something.
You'll cook. Got it.
Yes.
We be cooking art here.
Indeed. And cooking it kind of is art. It is art. Especially if you go to like high-end shit. Some days I regret not being a good cook. And I probably could be, I just never cook, so...
But then you eat Burger King, and you're like,
And then I eat Burger
man,
King.
it's not worth it.
It was not worth it.
It's not worth it to be a good cook when you have Burger King.
Is it really worth it? Okay.
But another interesting aspect of me talking about this is yesterday I was playing Civ with Jesus and Reborn, and Jesus posited the question, what time periods would you combine for an isekai? And so, without describing in detail what I've already written as I have to you, I said I would combine the mid-19th century with modern day.
Okay. Yeah.
And he was like, that's an interesting choice. Most people choose medieval ages. I'm like, yeah, fuck you.
Usually people are basic bitches and you go for Middle Ages. Man, that reminds me of first time I watched Hunter x Hunter. I was expecting it to actually, like fucking take place in basically, like the usual medieval fantasy and shit. And then like they show up with fucking phones and computer. I'm like, wait, what? There's cars and shit. I'm like, wait a fucking minute.
That is kind of true. Gon just kind of lives in a fishing village.
Yeah, but there's like fucking full ass, like New York is a fucking thing. It's called New York New, but like it is just,
it's New York.
It's just New York. I mean, it's not as ghetto as New York, but it's New York.
It's better. Yeah, you're right. It's better than New York.
It's New York if it was like made by Japanese people and like only Japanese people live there.
Actually true. It would be New York if it was made by Japanese people.
New York if the people living there were sane.
But yeah, I mean, making it medieval is easiest, both from a political and technological standpoint.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to deal with, you don't have to address the complexities of democracy. And also, you don't have to deal with guns.
True. I mean, magic sometimes kind of is like as overpowered as guns, sometimes even more.
Yeah, but...
What if my magic is a gun?
Yeah, but magic is almost always restricted to a selection of the population.
Yeah.
Like, only some people are gifted with magic. Whereas, you know, guns, anybody can use a fucking gun. And when you have such an effective and violent weapon able to be used by anyone, it dramatically changes how society is structured around itself and how it conducts itself.
Yeah. I've been running into that problem too, because I kind of like the idea of Hunter x Hunter's like modern fantasy world, but also I'm like, well, if phones are a thing, my story is immediately annihilated. Because the whole point is that, like, well, first of all, like fucking stuff like satellites and shit cannot be a thing, because half of the world is basically unexplored yet. So, like, you know, you can't just fucking send something in space that can take pictures and shit and have a story about, oh, what's on the other side of the globe. Or even better, you don't even know if it's a globe. You don't even know what's fucking on the other side. You don't know if there's even anything.
Satellites, man.
So yeah, I've been struggling with that because I'm like, damn, I want it to be modern-ish, but I need to like bullshit my way into explaining why stuff like phones and satellites and technology doesn't exist.
Yeah, because the thing is with magic is that, as opposed to guns, is that you have a meritocracy, and that's effectively especially in terms of like military, shall we say, strength, or you know, just general warfare type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you technically have that on some level for pre-gun society, more accurately like pre-crossbow and society. But in the era of swords and bows, the people who were most skilled with swords and bows were had a lot of influence and capability to shift the direction in which things go. Is more of a meritocracy in that sense, because you were capable of having more individual military might, and magic exacerbates this, where your capability is directly related to, or your influence is directly related to, how capable you are at doing magic, which is a talent and effort thing. But with guns, you don't have to be. Being a skilled shot helps, certainly, but you don't fucking have to be, especially with automatic weapons.
I mean, it's better if it's like a fucking Far West type world where it's like, you know, everyone has a gun and everyone is ready to shoot you in the face for like anything. But, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, you can't just pull the trigger and kill someone.
Yeah, I would contend with that, but we don't need to get into like actual political discussion.
Yeah.
But when everybody is equally capable of murdering each other, that drastically shifts your society away from a military meritocracy. and it puts everybody on more equal footing socially, which directly helps lead into forming democracies as opposed to the alternative.
Yeah. By the way, Lemon, can you look at the stream and tell me what you think of the sun, I guess, I made so far?
I think that maybe how far out wider are you planning on making the wings?
I don't know. Probably gonna fit it in a like round space, like something like that. Not gonna take the entire panel. Let me.
I think you can make the spikes longer then.
Okay.
Maybe like up to halfway out to how far you're planning on making it.
Okay. The in the story I'm making, I've been also trying to figure out, because the idea in that world is that there's magic, but everyone has access to magic, but not everyone knows how to use it. So you have people who just basically don't use it because they just don't know or care to use it. But most people do use magic.
I mean that's the same thing with Hunter x Hunter, and that's why Hunter x Hunter, even though I don't know if they ever actually show anybody having guns. I don't remember.
Oh, they do. They do.
Oh no, they do.
There's a whole ass mafia who shoots up the fucking Phantom Troop.
Not only that,
Hunter is so based.
Not only that, but more than one of the Phantom Troop has a abilities that involve effectively firearms.
Yeah. You have a few. You have a few nin powers that are straight up just guns.
Yeah, but that's why, despite having guns in the world of Hunter x Hunter, it still is able to function the way that it does, in where you still have people with superpowers that effectively run society, because the superpowers trump the guns.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that they have some superpowers that are just very worthless compared to guns, and some that are just completely fucking broken. Yeah, it's really based. I like the idea of superpowers being very situational.
It's more in the case of Hunter x Hunter, the entire point is that they're individually related. They're very personal.
Yeah, that too.
To the person who uses them. Individualistic. But that's this is still. Anyways, the beauty of fiction is that you don't have to take technological reality as seriously as I do. You can effectively make bullshit up about the technological level, or even the technology itself, that whatever fictional world you're creating uses, or whatever power systems in the case of more shonen-esque stories, and it doesn't functionally matter, and people who consume that story should have the suspension of disbelief to understand this is a work of fiction. Of course it's not realistic in any way.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing it should strive for is to create a logic that's not logical in our world, but that still doesn't break its own rules.
Internally consistent. As what I was.
Because if you establish something I don't know, fucking superpowers can't bring back someone from the dead, and then your superpowers bring back someone from the dead, your audience is just gonna fucking groan. It's just gonna be you just lied to us.
Yeah, the only thing that the consumer has to worry about is internal consistency.
Yes.
Now, if your story is, as a whole, as bad as something Sword Art Online, then you also question the conceit behind the story. Like, if Sword Art Online was a well-written and interesting story with good characters, then I don't think it would matter that the idea behind the nerve gear is bullshit. But because
me when my PlayStation VR just fries my brain because it's fucking badly plugged in.
or even to some extent that the Sword Art Online, the video game, doesn't really make that much sense as a video game or MMO. But because its characters are so uncompelling and its narrative filled with so many internal inconsistencies and plot holes, it makes you think back on this whole idea of the nerve gear and like how it fries your brain and how there was apparently a thing that could bring you back to life if you used it within 30 seconds of dying.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I forgot about that! That makes no sense!
How people would have been transferred from their living quarters to the hospital without unplugging the electronics that are attached to their head, and thus killing the person.
Yeah, because it's not even wireless. It's fucking plugged in.
As wired.
The worst part is that it could literally just say, "Oh, it's fine." Like the thing will not like fry your brain unless it runs out of battery or something like that, right? If it like detects us at like fucking 1%, just like activates the nuke inside your brain. Like that would be a better thing. That would like it would still be dumb, but it will at least like explain as to how they managed to fucking got people out of their rooms.
The way I always thought about it is that there's like a minute of time in between. There's like the nerve gear is on a delay, let's say, of like a minute from when you are registered as dead in the game to when it fries your brain. And that would help explain, first of all, that item that you could use.
Yeah.
And the stuff that happens at the end of the first arc. But even then, that's even allowing for that, which I think actually does make sense.
It makes sense. What doesn't make sense is
like a real perspective.
Well, it wouldn't make sense if you tried to unplug it, unless it's the same thing. It's just like will just fry someone's brain if you leave it unplugged like a minute. But then it doesn't. Then it doesn't explain as like what if you just fried the fucking technology or like fucking cut it off the head, then what?
I'm referring to specifically in relation to the game and the device.
Yeah, I know.
You could have it coded in that is distinct from like unplugging or removing the headset forcefully, which will trigger it immediately and automatically. But I mean, that still raises the question of the hospital thing. But I feel like I can suspend my disbelief for that, again, if the story is good. But it also, even allowing for that, it's still quite a stretch for the stuff that happens at the end of the story as well. Yeah. With the amount of, just the sheer length of time that it takes for Kirito to die. And the fact that after his health reaches 0, he's still able to interact with his environment anyways, when nobody else gets that allowance. And then on top of that, willpower is stronger than code. Or willpower is directly coded into the game somehow. And there's just like a myriad of like realistically small issues independently in regards to like the overall conceit of the story that, due to the poor storytelling of them and the magnitude of them, the sheer amount of them, it just makes every single one of them individually worse.
Yeah.
What a load of fucking horse shit. Oh.
Oh man, we need to bring back the fucking anime nights.
Yeah, shit, anime online. I was
Yes.
so proud. I was so proud of that group name when I came up with it. I was like, I want to make an acronym for Sword Art Online. I want to use that acronym since we're supposed to be watching Sword Art Online. But what do I name it? Shit anime.
It was really
I actually tried to come up with a different word for O at the time, but I was drawing a blank for what would make sense there. And I guess I never came up with any ideas, and I forgot about it.
Rip Bozo.
Yeah, Rebozo. I remember I was watching a little bit of Trash Taste, I think it was, and one of the guys, Giga, you know, he's known anime effectively professional of over like a decade and a half. He's been making his living off of it.
Yeah, I know Google a lot.
And he had the take that it would be understandable for somebody to, or for people to like Sword Art Online if it started with Alicization. Now,
now, if they started anime with Alicization, sure. I mean, you know, just like people who start anime with ASAO period think it's good, but yeah.
Yeah, I would say that there is, I think, even more of a veneer of like this seems good from like the perspective of somebody who wouldn't think about it even remotely from what I've seen of it. But even just hearing minor bits of the conversation surrounding it from like you and everyone else is like there's no shot.
Oh, there is no fucking shot. It is the worst season of SAO.
That the show is notably better than the other seasons of Sword Art Online.
Maybe it's the way I think about it. Because people will say that like something that doesn't try is automatically worse, but I think if you try and fail, you become even worse, depending on how bad you fail. Right? This is why I hate like Star Wars 8 more than I hate 9. Also because by the time I like watched 9, my expectations was so fucking like below the ground that like anything that was like remotely watchable would have been a fucking 10 out of 10 for me. But
I think it depends on what you try.
Yeah,
but
that too. You know, like I say, you know, regarding Star Wars 8, you can try something. I can try like shoving a fucking power drill in my butthole and like putting it on at full force. That wouldn't be a good idea though.
But like I'd be willing to believe that is as good as Sword Art Online or slightly better in that it's like maybe a 3 out of 10 instead of a 2 out of 10.
Depends on how you rank them.
I'd be willing to believe that. But I am not under any sort of illusion that it is going to be at least a 5, that it's at least going to be tolerable. or anything more than tolerable.
Listen, everything is at least everything is at least a 5 if you just completely shut off your brain.
Right, yeah. But that's pointless. Why the fuck would I shut off my brain?
There you go. Now you have series. If you turn your brain on, it becomes absolute torture, and so online analysis is one of them. Especially when you're like fucking like 50 episodes deep and you just remember, oh yeah, everything that happens is a complete filler. It has no bearing on the plot whatsoever.
And I was actually going to mention the whole over 50 episodes thing because that I think makes it even worse and more frustrating than Sword Art Online, the original series. Like, if it started with Alicization, which is fucking like 100 episodes for some bullshit, and it's bad, then like, no, that's even worse. Yes. You just prolonged my suffering.
It's like 100 episodes, and like none of them are worth it. There's like maybe a few scenes where like so bad it's so laughable it's actually kind of good, you know, but like it's not worth being 100 episodes. This definitely doesn't tell a story that good or that interesting.
Prolonged suffering. It's like the actual correct take, at least from a critical perspective, makes sense. Is if Sword Art Online started with Sword Art Online Progressive, then it's like okay and more reasonable for its popularity.
It would be a better start, I guess.
Progressive still has a number of problems. Most notably, its adaptation has a number of problems.
Yeah, if we're talking about the anime, I would say the movie is even worse than the fucking original, just because it has nothing of what the original brought to the table. It is just like some weird
the original brought nothing to the table.
I know, which is surprising. It brought even less. No. It's just shoving this fucking fake ass character, and it's like, oh, ooh, I'm totally the main girl, and then she fucks off for like half the movie, and then she's like supposed to like her or something.
No, Progressive does bring something to the table, and that's like actual character development for Asuna. Asuna's like an actual character in Progressive. But the movie spends so much of its time mired in the subplot of the friend who is ultimately pointless and worthless and doesn't actually contribute positive characterization to Asuna. If anything, she actually makes the characterization of Asuna worse, because from what I've read in the manga, I think it's far more interesting that Asuna was entirely alone for that whole like early section of the story. That she had nobody to rely on, and this caused her to develop more, at the same time as develop more self-sufficiency, also get mired in like depression. And then it also makes her dynamic with Kirito more interesting. But the friend muddies all of that by preventing her from being alone and being mired in that sort of, you know, lonely, depressive state. And
she's no longer just like me.
She was like literally suicidal in the manga. I don't remember her being suicidal in the movie. This is bullshit.
She kind of has a moment where she's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna fucking like solo level, even if I fucking die in like 5 minutes because I don't give a shit." Like basically midway through the movie when she meets Kirito again. But that's like that has so little fucking weight that you're like, I don't care. Just die. I don't give a shit.
The thing is that it isn't earned.
Yeah,
it's earned in the manga. It's not at all earned in the movie. And then
it'd be so funny if like the manga is not actually written by Riki Kawahara. It's like only a supervisor or something, and someone else wrote the story for it. That would be so hilarious.
Well, the manga might be written by somebody else, but
I know the light novel is
the novels, but the novels are written by Reki. The progressive novels are written by Reki.
I would be laughing so hard if the only good Sword Art Online content is made by someone else. Again.
It's the only way. I honestly am scared to know if progressive has that friend character in the novels, because at that point, whoever wrote the manga just immediately outed themselves as a better storyteller than Reki. just by being like, you know what, that's a stupid subplot. Let's just get rid of that entirely.
Imagine being a Giga Channel. You see like the fucking shitty light novel you're being commissioned to adapt. You see some fucking dog shit secondary character. You're just like, nah. You just rewrite the story without her.
The writers of the movie so evidently put her in so that they could have a more typical movie structure in terms of like rising and falling actions, more predictable movie
I
structure.
thought they were gonna do the usual fucking thing of her of having the friend just like fucking suicide killing herself at the end to sacrifice and shit, but no, they don't even do that. It's still that one fucking like random retard from the original that just does it. You're like, oh, what's the point of the friend? Is she supposed to do that in like the second or third movie now?
I mean, she's supposed to do something in the second movie. She's on the cover art for the second movie, so.
I mean, she was in the first one.
Poster.
She didn't do anything.
Okay, that's not.
She technically got assigned to the game, which is like kind of a net negative.
No, she had significant screen presence, which justifies her being on the poster.
Okay, I mean,
So,
okay,
she's
you can
going to
have
have
screen
significant-
presence. You can have screen presence without doing anything. I.e., fucking Sword Online alicization.
She did something. She prevented Asuna from being a more interesting character. That's doing something.
My bad. You're right.
Yeah. So she's gonna have significant screen time in the second movie, which means she'll technically be doing something. But what was I about to say? Fuck. But I feel like that's like such a glaringly obvious writing misstep, and definitely the most readily obvious problem with the movie. But I feel like one of the other significant missteps they made in that movie is just like the animation errors that were just kind of littered all over the place, and like the
I see that fucking shot with like 7 different perspectives. I still see it in my dreams. It still haunts me.
It's like they put this on a fucking film screen in a theater.
Yeah,
you could have bothered to put more effort in than the TV show.
It's bad when like nowadays TV shows have better productions than this.
I know, fucking.
This would have been fine if this came out in like 2015, but like not today, not 2023. No.
SAO looked halfway decent when it came out, as compared to the majority of anime coming out at the time. Granted, there was still a lot of anime that looked way better than it, like fucking Psycho Pass and Fate.
Didn't Kill la Kill like come out like the same year or the year after it?
I think 2 years. I think it was 2 years later.
There was still or whatever.
SAO was 2012. I thought Kill la Kill was 2014.
No, I think it's 2012 too.
Oh. But yeah, there's a lot of like notable anime that are standing the test of time that everybody looks very fondly back upon. In the same way that everybody looks fondly back upon like Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. That of course have superior production quality than like everything else. But in terms of like seasonal average by the numbers shows of the time period, Sword Art Online looked a little bit better than most. But now it looks a little bit worse than most. Even the movie, which movies are supposed to have better production qualities. Why does the movie look worse than the fucking average television anime? It doesn't make any sense.
Because A1 Pictures is a bad studio. But I'm so glad we reached an era of like some studios just decided, oh, let's just make good productions, and now like we have like a few anime that look just fucking amazing, and that's it.
A1 Pictures just hasn't bothered to improve in any area.
They've never did.
They've been like, we make money doing this thing, so let's continue doing this thing, instead of being like, let's make art. A1 Pictures is not concerned with making art.
It's not really.
Studio Bind, they're concerned with making art. That's why Mushoku Tensei is the greatest anime ever.
Oh, speaking of Mushoku Tensei, when's the season 2 coming out?
This next season.
Nice. You can watch it
Summer.
together.
Hell yeah. I'm going to not unlike Rudius. Oh.
Gonna put the Rudeus Funko Pop in the jar.
The fucking plot line that comes, the fucking next arc. It's kind of dumb. It's brilliant. I love it because it's Mushoku Tensei, but it's kind of dumb.
All right, so I made the basis for it, for the emblem.
It'll be hornier than ever.
Based. It needs to be horny. But yeah, made the thing. Let me just clean up real quick. So what do you think so far?
I think it's pretty cool looking. Originally, I actually had the thought of putting the wings in front of the backdrop, but I think this looks cool too.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking because like, it's gonna look weird if there's nothing in front of it, you know, to like hide where the wings connect. I think this is better. We might add like, I don't know, something in the background, like a circle or something behind it to like solidify it, I guess. Because emblems usually... Hold up, let me actually look up some emblems. That might be a good idea.
I actually feel like I don't really want like a regimented like circle or square or whatever that it is placed upon. I feel like I like it as this as if you like, this is a PNG, and just like take away the white in the background kind of thing.
Okay,
and you like stamp it onto whatever you need to stamp it onto.
Okay. Do you want me to add some details in the center or not?
I didn't think of anything when I gave you this, and I'll leave that up to you if you think there's something that you can.
I mean, I could either like make it look like it's some kind of like solid like metal thing, you know, with like fucking depth and like basically make it look like it's a solid object, or keep it as like this white thing, because it does have a good contrast like that. So I don't know.
I think I like it as like a glow.
Yeah. Let's keep it like that. Yeah, let's keep it
but like I said, I expect you to add in a million different visual flares and Alice and weed. There needs to be an MLG version.
Hold up. Let's go. There she is.
We need the MLG logo.
I don't have it. This is how far as I can go, Chief. Alright, memes aside, let's well, I guess let's color it then. Or color. I mean, I don't know if you want like a colored background or whatever.
Definitely the wings should be white.
Yeah.
But
I'm gonna do shading, because there's gonna be some shading, but yeah.
If whatever if you want to put a background color, I would say black. if you want to do that. I'm looking right now if I described it to any sort of detail.
You didn't, but on your reference.
No, I
it
meant
was a
in
red
my
one.
in my writing.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I literally gave the king of this nation AIDS because he's a philanderer. Oh, it's so good.
Me when I introduce AIDS to the population.
It's like I want to make this guy like detestable, effectively, or at least disagreeable. And there's a couple of different approaches you can make to that. You can go for like the obvious like glutton type person, effectively different sins, deadly sins.
Yeah.
Gluttony.
At the end, I'm not gonna do some shading on it because I think it will just make it look worse. I think it's pretty fine like this.
All right. Bright yellow stripes circling. Yeah, feather painting on their end. How long you want it? Bright yellow Oh no, I just like literally gave you the sentence that I wrote.
Okay.
What was I saying? Fuck. Oh yeah, so you can go for like any of the deadly sins. I kind of took like a holistic approach, but I'm not a particularly big fan of the gluttony archetype. I think that's just kind of gross, which I mean is deliberate, but it's also just kind of gross. Just like a fat dude who's just like eating in front of you and a messy eater.
Eats in front of you. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah. It's just boring. It's not just gross, but it's also boring. It's the easy way out. And I was like, well, what's another thing that you could do? Well, what is common, not just in fiction, but in real life too, is for people in positions of power to have multiple women that they engage with. And I didn't want my main character to be inbred, which is often the case for monarchists.
Oh, it is.
But I was like, I think it would be interesting if this king had not a shitload of wives, but just like effectively abducted random women to have sex with and make children with, and then those mothers would serve as like the servants for those children as they are sent out to like be government officials throughout the kingdom, and he's just constantly engaging not just in sex, but in sex with lots of different women.
Yeah. I mean, I know, like in fiction at least, that's a pretty common trope, of, like having a king do that.
Yeah, but what's not commonly addressed by that is that you're gonna get some fucking STDs.
True.
And so I, as a result of him being a philanderer, I made him a fucking sickly dude who, despite being like maybe in his 30s or 40s, I don't think I ever explicitly stated, but like that kind of age range, probably 30s, he looks like an old man who is dying, whatever he's
He's dying of turbo AIDS.
Anyway. Yeah, because he's extremely prone to sickness. Yeah.
Based. Anyway, yeah. So do you want for the background color? You want it black, right?
Yeah.
Do I go for like true black or do I go for like just very dark gray?
Whichever one you think looks better.
Okay.
The reason why is I had two different sets of types of soldiers. One is like the castle guard, and the other is the general military and police force. And the general military and police force wears black leather with this symbol emblazed on it.
Okay.
So, whereas the castle guard wears like white armor. In which case, I guess the symbol would be like outlined in black.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Who cares? It looks pretty.
It's gonna be kind of airbrushy because it's good because it's a fucking sketch, but yeah. Kind of have to give it some form of glow because like otherwise you're not gonna see it well in the dark.
Yeah. What do you mean a sketch? This is. I expect you to only put a. I expect every single drawing you do for me to be like 10,000 by 10,000 pixels, okay? Or whatever that size.
Okay, Karen.
Or whatever that's. Yeah, or whatever that size you mentioned on Twitter for the poster.
Yeah, it was actually like fucking. God, how big was it? It was like 5K by 10K or like 10K by 15K. I think that was actually that. 10K by 15K.
Yeah, you said something like 10K by 15K. Yeah, I expect every single one of your drawings for me to be 10K by 15K.
Listen, that works, bro. You just need to pay them 600 each.
With extreme levels of detail.
Lemon, I would be happy to do that. If you would be happy to pay me $600 right now.
I want you to be the artist for my manga story, alright? I will do all of the writing and you need to draw it. And I will write it like a book and then you just draw the book.
I will fucking suicide myself.
We're a team, Alexy, actually. I'm the writer and you're the artist, alright? We share an equal partnership. I make half the money off of all your sales.
Sure thing, Lemon. You're gonna get half your head cut off. That's fine.
That actually does remind me, something that you don't really think about in regards to the writer's strike over here in America is the role that writers have, not just in functionally creating the script, but also in guiding the development of the shooting of whatever show or movie that they're doing.
Yeah.
Because they not just write like the dialogue and the setting, but they also have significant influence and control over the actual process of creating the product.
I mean, yeah, I know.
And setting up that kind of stuff. I'm like, man, I didn't really think about their on-set role that much. I only ever thought of them as a bunch of nerds in a room throwing ideas at each other and writing a script, and then on set seeing like, oh, I guess this line doesn't really work here, and then rewriting it. It's not the people who like literally came up with the all of the other details that surround the actual actors like performing the lines as well.
Yeah, I mean it can be varied. Depends on like not only the writer themselves. It also depends on like how involved they are, what position they have. Like, are they like the fucking like writing director, or just like some guy just writing one episode of a show, or even just a scene. You know,
especially for movies, a lot of times the director is a prominent writer of the movie as well.
Yeah.
But with television shows, especially sitcom-like shows, not even just sitcom-like shows, but but long-running television shows, they take that sort of prominent role in creation, which you, in some ways, could argue could be more prominent than the directors.
Yeah. Lemon, what? Do you want a color for the sun in the middle or not?
Yes.
Yeah. What color are you going for?
I was wondering when you were going to color it. Some kind of like golden, orange, or yellow.
Okay, let's see what this. I think this looks pretty good. Just gonna fix it.
One thing that I also wanted and think might look neat is a halo like surrounding the top spike.
Okay, I can try to do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy the whole ass Master Chief.
A whole ass Master Chief. I'm not gonna lie, for like all of that time I spent ranting about a variety of things, specifically when I was ranting about Sword Art Online, I expected somebody listening to say something.
We don't have any Sword Art Online fans in this chat.
We're Sword Art Online haters.
No Sword Art Online fans allowed. Okay, do you want the halo to be colored too, or do you want it white?
Probably colored.
Okay. Let's do it. I could just ask you to do my human OC striking a pose in that an Empire outfit? Sure. So what are you drawing right now? I'm drawing an emblem for Lemon. For his
Fire Emblem.
For his Fire Emblem fanfiction.
Yeah, my Fire Emblem fanfiction. It's not real. It's not a Fire Emblem fanfiction.
You know, next chapter, Byleth, female Byleth give me a massive sloppy toppy.
Oh my god. Female Byleth, unironically, I think one of my favorite Fire Emblem designs.
Dude, I keep seeing people shitting on the designs for female Byleth. I don't get them.
I don't get it either. She's fucking hot. Not only that, but I think in general, it's just a cool looking design.
Yeah.
A lot of other Fire Emblem designs. I don't know. Actually, Fire Emblem generally has pretty good designs.
Yeah, I would say it
on
does.
average. I would say. I was gonna make fun of some of them for being bland, but I think the character designs in Three Houses, on average, I don't think are that good. First of all, because for half of the game they're in a school and they're all wearing school uniforms, and even though they all customize it in their little ways, generally speaking, it all is pretty samey. But that even outside of that, when you get into the time skip, the adult characters,
Yeah.
I feel like most of them I don't really like the designs of either.
Okay.
Um,
I personally
the-
like them, but I mean, I guess some of them are hit or miss.
the main design I think of off the top of my head that I actively like is Leonie.
Yeah.
But the rest of them, I don't feel all that great about.
Okay.
Except of course female Violet. Female Violet, king shit.
I like Hilda.
Female-
Hilda is cool.
Hilda's adult design is okay.
Lysithea.
like
what's her fucking name? Lysithea.
Lysithea.
Lysithea. Yeah, pretty fucking.
I think it's
cool.
pronounced differently in Japanese slightly.
Probably.
But
Bernadetta. I like her too.
yeah, I'm not. See, the Bernadetta, I don't really like her design all that much.
I prefer her first half design than her second. I don't like her haircut in the second one.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with her second design is her haircut.
Yeah.
It looks fucking dumb. Whereas when she was in school, it felt more evocative of like her personality, and also was just more interesting.
Yes.
The second one is just like she has like this weird straight hair that just doesn't look good.
But make it a square.
But like also you take a look at Fire Emblem Engage, and I think the designs in Fire Emblem Engage are pretty on point. And even the main lord, for how hilarious and memeable it is.
Toothpaste
That
shell.
they, yeah, that they have the two different colored hair, the multicolored hair, which does itself look dumb. I think aside from that, their design is actually great.
I think it speaks volume that like everyone thought it was a fake Chinese leak. When it leaked like fucking like 5 years before the game came out or something, like right after Three Houses came out. Everyone was like, nah, this shit is fake. This is some fucking like gay shit impact design. There's no way this is actual Fire Emblem. So everyone disregarded it. And like, so imagine everyone's shocked when it actually turned out to be the fucking real design.
I mean, look, there are plot reasons for it, but it is still dumb to have the multicolored hair.
I don't know why the artists for Fire Emblem are just obsessed with bright, like fucking flashy colors, neon colored hair.
It was a VTuber designer that made the main character of Fire Emblem Engage, so it makes sense. The main character of Fire Emblem Engage does have like a VTuber design feel to it.
I don't remember her name, but that one girl from the DLC of Three Houses, the one that's like, like a Hime-sama, but like that goes fucking gloomy and shit when she's in sunlight. Constance, yeah, I really like her.
She's cool.
Really like her.
The DLC for Three Houses had some good designs.
Yeah.
And unique characters.
Yeah. By the way, so what do you think of the emblem so far?
I think is pretty chill. I wonder if you could create like a sort of shine or slightly different coloration between the halo and the central bit to better differentiate them.
And you want it to be in different colors? I can't do that. Let's see.
And I also wonder if it would look good to have a color gradient for the central thing as well. So like starts out one color and then as you extend outwards, it fades into a different color. Like maybe the center is more of an orange, and then it gradually fades into a yellow type of thing.
Okay, I'll try something. Let's see. Because it's different color, but let me test that. Yeah, I can do that. So what color do you want it to be?
That already, I think, looks interesting.
Okay.
you like pressed one button, and I think and I was already like, I like that.
Oh, it's gonna take so long. Boom. Okay. Anyway, here's your commission. I can make it like more red. Let's see.
Yeah, you can play around with like the amount of red and see what maybe looks the best.
I think it looks brighter. Like I kind of like it like this, maybe. Then it's a comic if I've ever seen one.
I'm just thinking, it's like, all right, I'll give you $20 to draw this thing, and then you draw like 3 lines, and it's like, here you go.
Bro, there's like an artist that went viral the past few weeks on Twitter. Because like one guy commissioned them to draw bread for like $3, and then everyone started commissioning random shit for like a few dollars. But it was like yeah, let me give you $10 for you to draw a squiggly line. Let me draw you. Let me give you like 100 to like make a tweet, like to draw the tweet of me asking you to draw the tweet, with shit like that. Like Zam, I kind of want commissions that easy though. That would be really funny to do for a week or something.
That's so dumb. That's only something somebody on Twitter would say.
Yes.
Draw this tweet. Fucking stupid. It's like, that's honestly like the person who bought the NFT of the first tweet. Jack Dorsey saying, just setting up my Twitter.
Oh my god, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, this I don't remember how much it sold for, but it was, of course, way more than it should have been.
If it's sold for anything, it's too much.
For being literally a picture of a tweet.
No, it's like a link to a picture of a tweet that making it sound better than it actually is.
It's true. It's a link to a picture of a tweet where the link supposedly means that you own the rights to the image that it is linked to. Apparently. Oh, fuck the police.
Okay, what do you think of this, Nan? Or do you think we're good for this one, or do you want to add something?
I don't know. I feel like I'm still not feeling like the color of the halo.
Sure. What color do you want it to be? Do you want it to be brighter, like more white, more like colorful? I don't know.
More golden.
Okay.
More like you know the color of like say the One Ring in Lord of the Rings, or generally speaking any fucking wedding ring. Is literally a big ass ring. Yeah, I saw it.
Let me try, because I do have a few different colors. And you can go with this.
That is more like what I had in mind.
No, that's too dark. Because I have a color palette that's just literally taken from a block of gold. No, I think this one was the best. Maybe play around with it if you want.
I do like that one the best so far.
Okay. Do some tiny changes. I think it works like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's,
I guess we good then.
and yeah, that's
Do you
that's
want
all
me to
the
give
note.
like the centerpiece like kind of a shine, a colored shine that goes on the wings and shit, or not?
Yes, actually, yes. This is a good idea. Yes.
We will do that.
The more I have asked you to draw things, the more I have become comfortable with telling you what to do. Until you forget that snowboards have to actually be in the snow to stand up on their own.
Now, you see, she's like holding it with her fingers, okay? She's lifting it.
Yeah.
She's training that
definitely.
finger strength.
She's, yeah, you know, if you ignore the fact that she's not at all touching it with her hands.
Mind powers,
Neither
okay?
of them are.
Aren't they fucking fairies and shit? There you go.
Okay. Of the two who are not holding their snowboards that are not really in the snow but still standing up on their own, one of them can stop time, and the other one can create illusions with her eyes, can force you to see illusions.
There you go. She's just bullshitting you. The snowboards are in the snow.
So, I guess the possibilities are that one of them froze time while the rest of them were posed that the way that they were, and
That's the actual truth. The photo is about the photo was actually about to fucking fall apart, but she fucking paused the time.
Or the other one is making whoever's looking at this picture see something that is not actually real.
Yes. All right. So I guess we good with this one. I guess.
Yes, it looks cool now.
Let's go. A bit more shine on the halo. There we go.
Now I just need to pay you $20 to draw each individual feather on each wing, and layer them all on top of each other.
Who said it was $20? $5 billion gazillion dollars. There we go. That's my price. All right, let's save it.
So I'll shortly find what I'm looking for, but when I imagine that in full detail, I do imagine like a lot more feathering and details on the feathering.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I can.
Wait, no,
find...
915. Just 15. You haven't commissioned me that much yet.
Yet.
Alright.
Go to. Actually, that's not as detailed as I thought it was. Never mind.
The what?
I went to look for an example of like really feathered, detailed feathers on angelic wings. And I realized that the thing I was thinking of was not actually all that detailed of the drawing.
Yeah, usually they don't detail that much.
Oh, but you should detail that much. It's cool.
But sometimes too much detail kills the detail.
But in any case, I wear my influences on my sleeve because naturally, of course, thematically, the story is related to my personal feelings about a lot of economic and political things. But in terms of symbology, this type of thing is inspired largely by Limbus, by Project Moon, and their whole theme about wings and feathers in their nests. Because the castle guard, so to speak, are actually also enumerated on their armor as feathers of the king of the castle. while the general military and police are not feathers.
All right,
do
Lemon.
not
That was your final sketch in the live sketch queue. You now must give me $5 billion if you want another sketch.
But you still have one more detailed drawing to do for me.
I have a complex illustration to do. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
One that you will once again cry when you
Probably.
see the content of it.
Lemon,
Because I
you
actually
really love making me suffer.
yeah, because I actually said in my messages for it that I wanted to make it like ease up on the complexity of it in comparison to it's similar. The idea is similar to the Red Mist drawing, and I was like, I'll ease up on the complexity. And then like a couple weeks later, I changed my mind, and I was like, no, fuck it, never mind.
Fair enough.
Needs more monsters.
Listen, at least the snowboard one wasn't that actually. It was pretty chill, so it's cool.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna make you die again.
Okay. Then I guess the final one for tonight will be Sectas. Secta, do you want to go? Do you want to go with the idea of the character in pirate outfit? Tracking your pose. I think we already drew your character as a pirate, right? It sounds familiar. For Secta. Yeah, we did. Here. Sure? Alright, let's go with this one. But you did my fur form. Okay, so you want to go with the human form for this one? Sounds good.
Yar har fiddle-dee dee, being a pirate is alright to be. Do what you want cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You are a pirate. We've got us a map.
Gotcha.
Lead us to a hidden box that's all locked up with locks and buried deep away.
Lemon's gonna get the copyright strike.
We're sailing away. Oh, we got a precious booty. First, open the locks, and then we say hooray!
I'll hit you up with the original outfit again. But you might have to freestyle some pants. Gotcha. No, he's cock out. He's cock out.
You did say that you would draw furries.
Cock out like a pirate.
That actually does remind me of the short animated version of that song that somebody made. Oh, I'll send it to you.
Alright, base, I got the ref. Now I need 8 toes.
It's such a dumb, great video.
I'll watch it later.
It's only a minute and a half long.
But I am thinking. Oh, I'm thinking really hard. I'm gonna take a piss actually before I start drawing, so I'll.
What if I told you there's a cock in it?
In the video?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll jerk off to it in the, on the toilet then. Alexy and Think don't hand in hand. Okay, Lumia bad spell gazer. How you doing, Lumia? Good timing. I was just going to the toilet. Be right back.
Are you a pirate, Lumia? Cause I am the pirate. Yar. Har. Fiddle BB. What a brilliant song. I guess I'll do my Olympus dailies right now. You know what? I'm currently limbusing Lumia. Because that's all I ever do anymore, actually, is limbus. I'm in the limbus of the company. And I think you should limbus company as well. Because everybody should limbus company. I haven't limbused hard enough. And so that's what I'm currently doing is my limbus dailies. You have been Volcano. I have Volcano Princess on my wish list. It actually got recommended to me by Steam like when it came out, a couple days of when it came out. And I was reading some of the reviews of it, and I saw some stuff about it having a shoddy translation. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll wait a little while, see if they get a better translation before I buy and play it. But it's after its first few initial days, apparently there has been effectively only positivity surrounding it. So maybe I was just completely wrong, and I should have just bought it and played it. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that some people on Steam are just like super neurotic about translation quality for some reason. But who knows? Easy game of the year? No, game of the year is Limbus Company. I don't think you understand, Lumia, how much this game makes me grip. It's such a weird way to fucking phrase it. Gripping so hard. So much gripping. Also, Tears of the Kingdom came out this year. So I don't know if or how much you might care about Legend of Zelda, but I have my doubts that an indie princess maker game is of greater quality.
Hey, Loranis, how you doing? It is indeed the Alexy Million Art. I have returned to steal your wallet once again. How you guys doing? I've also returned from the toilet. What do you guys have been talking about? We've been talking about video games.
Limbusing. I'm limbusing so hard. My bus is limbus. My bus is
Lucy. Some joker
stole
my wallet.
Is...
Wait, did you actually get your wallet stolen? Holy shit. That fucking sucks, I'm sorry.
It's probably not real.
But Joker, Persona 5. Called himself Joker.
Dude, it's actually so cool. One of the identities in Limbus Company has an effect where when you build up a certain amount of a status, they like put a helmet on. And it also changes the sound bites that the voice lines that they use to have like a radio effect.
No, Persona 5 meaning like what hasn't been stolen. Great. It hasn't been stolen yet. Princess Maker games are games of organization and time management, the best genre of games. There are also so few. In this genre, and min-maxing time, energy, happiness will always be better than Zelda garbage. Counterpoint, you can crucify Koroks and build giant dicks.
While both true, I would more so point to the fact that it's a very atypical Zelda game. So it's only typical in the sense that the game that it is effectively the same game as the one immediately preceding it, but in terms of the entire franchise, it's still very atypical of what the franchise typically does.
I don't think you've seen the changes to my avatar. Now all the drawings are outdated. No! Fuck! I'm now dead.
There is definitely enjoyment or pleasure to be had in more relaxing and adventurous style games rather than like, you know, time management or management type games. Depending on the management type game, they can even be stressful. Princess Maker games such as Volcano Princess, probably not.
Trying to think of a pose for sector. I can't. What if I type? What if I Google parrot pose?
But it's a totally different type of enjoyment to be had from those two completely different styles of games, and I'd hesitate to put preference of one over the other.
Pirate poses are very interesting. Indeed. Princess Maker 2 is one of the hardest games to get the best ending.
You know what else is one of the hardest games to get the best ending on? Fucking Lobotomy Corporation. Well, it's because that game fucking hates your dick. It doesn't want you to win.
Man, I don't know. I think Zelda is a pretty hard game. Me, age 3.
Okay. Apparently, at one point in time, a famous streamer, I think it was Saikuno, stated that not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is harder than Elden Ring, which is like so obviously cap, and I don't think that person believes it either.
It is very obviously inspired by Elden Ring, which was also probably inspired by Breath of the Wild. But like, come the fuck on, no.
unless he's the most like naturally cracked Elden Ring player or Souls player in general, no shot he thinks that Tears of the Kingdom is harder than it. Especially since Tears of the Kingdom, its difficulty, I don't even think you can qualify it as having difficulty for the most part.
I mean, it can be difficult because like it's just traditional Zelda difficulty, especially since it's non-linear, so you can like kind of run into enemies that are definitely not made for you to beat right now. But like, it's not difficult.
What I mean by that is not in the challenge of any individual segment of it, but because of the approach that you have while playing the game, and like the mindset that the game puts you in while you're playing it is just effectively, for the most part, disconnected from any sort of difficulty within the game itself. Like, whenever you die in the game, for the most part, it's not going to be because the game is hard or that it's going to make you think the game is hard. But it's going to be because you feel like you were experimenting or trying something stupid or, you know, doing something. It's like a very casual game.
Yeah, it is.
It's weird to say that it's a casual game because, like, from a genre perspective, it's not really a casual game. But the feeling that you get while playing it is that of being casual. It's just a generally enjoyable game to play, which is why I don't play it.
It's really satisfying though.
Yeah, it's satisfying.
If you just like adventure games, it's like super fucking fun. Even if it's like fucking a whole ass chunk of the previous game again.
Yeah, I mean, the previous game was great, and for the most part, outside of our little small niche communities, which are very minority in opinion, everybody loved the game. So
I mean,
when they make the same game again, people are, especially when in regards to like its mechanics and some minor nuances of its system, it broadly speaking improves on them in a lot of ways. Nobody's gonna really complain about that.
I do find it insane how like nobody seems to be complaining that it's literally the same game again. It is just the same
because
game. Like I don't even mean like you know subjectively like it just feels like the same game. No, it's the same game again. Like it's the same overworld map.
Yeah,
it's the same gameplay kind of like it just has new doesn't really have items anymore. It has like powers, so it has different powers, but they're like even their system based on this like one gimmick of this power system was already in the previous game, just nowhere near as in-depth as this. But
it's because everybody wants to experience playing the game for the first time again. Especially since for a lot of people it's their favorite game. And you're never going to get that experience of playing it for the first time back again unless the developers make effectively the same game again, but like move things around and alter things in minor in just significant enough ways that it feels like you are playing a different game, even if mechanically it's functionally the same. And like I feel exactly the same way about my favorite games, specifically Trails games and Library of Ruina. I will never again be able to have that experience of playing through the story of those games for the first time again. And I would really like to have that feeling of reading and discovering and getting engaged with these stories in the same way again. It's because obviously I loved them. I loved that feeling. I'd love to have it again.
Although,
and also,
the one thing about like Tears of the Kingdom, the problem is that like it's a great game, just nothing of it's justified being like just being a $70 DLC basically. It should have like there's nothing that should have stopped them of just doing what they did here, but like with a brand new map, brand new characters, brand new story, like they do every time. People like to bring like the situation with Majora's Mask, which was a massive asset flip of Ocarina of Time. But the thing with Majora's Mask is like what they did with those same assets is completely different. So it's like a better example, basically.
It's because it's more convenient to not do that.
I mean, yeah, but like, it's also very scummy.
I don't think it's scummy at all.
Well, that's scummy, but lazy. Although, like, it was good laziness, I guess, because they did. You can tell they did like really refine the gameplay and stuff.
Yeah,
and they did add a lot of new areas.
I don't think it's really that convenient. It's convenient. I don't really think it's all that like underhanded at all. They had the assets. In fact, they created a lot of new assets. Anyways,
well, I mean, they did. What I'm saying is like, I mean, the fucking
but
the whole map is the same. There's just a new
Yeah.
underground. They changed a few things. There's a few floating islands. That's basically it.
Yeah. They have it. You might as well use it. You have the assets. You might as well use them. It is like when I think about Breath of the Wild, I actually cannot imagine the amount of time it must have taken to organize and create that map
Oh yeah.
and all of the assets for it. That must have been such a significant part of their development time. It's unimaginable. Like it's insane to craft a map of that size from scratch. And so I think it's perfectly reasonable for them to reuse it in the way that they have. Also, as Crowdkey said, Pokemon is the same game over and over again. Yet people still
True.
play it because it's still fun every single time. And
I
they reuse Pokemon for the Pokemon games.
True, but like
it's still
Pokemon
fun
is like
every single time.
Pokemon is a notorious example of like just companies getting away with like the scummiest and laziest like developments ever because brand recognition. That's it.
They have way too ridiculous development schedules. They don't
like they keep proving every generation they can get away with even more.
Yeah,
they're not an example. Basically, my point is I don't want Zelda to be the new Pokemon.
Well, I mean,
even if they are like much more.
At the same time, at least with Scarlet and Violet, it was one of the best Pokemon games, even despite all of its very significant like coding and optimization flaws. So
maybe.
I'll give them a little bit of a pass for that one being the best selling one because it is mechanically the best one.
Sure, I haven't played that one and I don't really care for it. I was talking mostly about the direction and the higher ups and stuff, not the developers. I'm assuming the developers, they're like fucking 50 people working on these games.
I think it's a little more than 50, but it's a matter of
no. I
like,
think the team. I remember, if I remember correctly, Game Freak is like a really small studio. It's like really small compared to like other AAA games, which is why those games like usually come out like fucking rushed as shit because like there's just not enough manpower behind it.
From my perspective, it's not even so much a matter of the size of Game Freak as you look at like the schedule of output that they and the rest of Pokemon Company have to adhere to, where not only do they come out with a new generation of games every 3 to 4 years, but throughout those 3 to 4 years, they provide continuous support to the game that they made with a especially starting with Sun and Moon, a DLC every year for that game. And there's just not, it's just not feasible to keep up with that schedule, and it's why the past two games have come out in effectively broken states.
Well, yeah, it's not feasible, especially if you have a small team, because you have even less people being able to work on it. Like when you have more people, it doesn't really justify having such tight schedules, but at least you can manage it better.
At least you
like,
can get
like I said,
more.
like 50
at least you
to
can get a
100 people,
larger.
like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
At least you can get a larger quantity of work done.
Yes.
Like specifically in terms of Scarlet and Violet, you gave them another 2 years to develop that game. Would have been phenomenal.
Maybe.
Would have been honestly one of the best turn-based RPGs, I would say, just fucking like ever. Because at its core, the mechanics of Pokemon are very fun and very interesting. Is staggeringly deep, the strategy of Pokemon, even if like the game doesn't always have you engage with that. But even when it doesn't have you engage with that, it's just fun, and it's a lot of fun in Scarlet and Violet to just kind of run around and walk into Pokemon and catch Pokemon and battle random people and just like do whatever the fuck you want. This is a very fun game. And if they had enough time to like get higher resolution textures, actually optimize it properly for the Switch, so that it doesn't have significant slowdowns and whatnot. Perhaps craft better teams for some of the weaker like gym leaders and strong opponents, and stuff like that. It would have been, oh god, would have been so tasty. Would have been so tasty. Oh, so tasty.
Yep, but you'll never have it because the direction at fucking Game Freak and all the other apps are like, well, why put more money into the game when you can put less money into the game and it puts out more money?
Yeah, as it stands, by the time we get a version of Scarlet and Violet that's even close to that quality, which it's still going to lack those high resolution textures that I previously mentioned. They're going to come out with the next Pokemon game, which is going to be in the same state that Scarlet and Violet was when it released. So, it is what it is.
At this point, I mean, I was never a big Pokemon fan, but I pretty much gave up this time. Like, I don't care. Well, not this time. It's been like a while since I gave up. But I don't. With fucking the new fucking formula they had since what's his name? Legends Arceus. I was like, this looks cool, so I bought the game, but I was kind of disappointed. It's not as polished as like a Breath of the Wild would be, because it felt like it was basically Breath of the Wild but Zelda. Like, oh, that's really cool. That's like basically what everyone's been asking of Zelda for like the past 10 years. Let's fucking go.
I think you mean what? I was entered maintenance while I was playing it. Fuck you.
Get fucked. Get fucked, idiot.
Ah! Well, when maintenance ends in an hour, they're going to have new EGO for me to get. So you know, it's what it is. Anyways.
But yeah. So yeah, I thought that game would be pretty much everything I wanted, and then not. And then not. So I was like, fuck it, I don't care.
Were you talking about Arceus or Scarlet?
Arceus. I didn't play Scarlet. I don't really care for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the most significant improvements that Scarlet and Violet made from a design perspective is just finally they had the fucking realization that plot in a Pokemon game doesn't fucking matter, and in those games nobody wants to be told what to do. It took them 9 generations to get there.
I don't know, bro. I like having plot in my games.
Well, it does have plot, but what makes the plot of Scarlet and Violet great is that you don't really have to engage with it. When it does happen, it's relatively short, and it's very largely concentrated in the end of the game.
So it's basically like Breath of the Wild then.
Yeah, it's like Breath of the Wild.
Even Breath of the Wild actually like has virtually no story, whatever. So maybe it's a bad comparison, but yeah.
And even the story at the end of the game is, all things considered, pretty like short and concentrated, but still very well executed. Even despite the fact that it is the least involved plot of any Pokemon game, probably, it still is the one that is like the most well written.
I cried like 3 times. Is it that good?
Maybe not literally, but like it's among the best written plot lines in Pokemon. I mean, it's not that high of a bar, let's be honest.
I might be in the minority, but I liked Sun and Moon's story. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, I think you are in the minority for that one.
I liked it. Listen, I like Team Skull. I like fucking Lusomine, I think. Yeah. I liked it.
It was okay, but again, I point to the problem of it was too much, and
it was too hand-holdy. That's for sure. The game in general.
I mean, yeah, the game in general is very handholdy, but like the plot itself was just like too constant and in your face, and getting in your way as a gamer. For a game
so.
that, for a game in a series that is, all things considered, not really meant to be or built around being a story-driven experience.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, they kind of went the same way as Zelda, where they kind of just dropped the idea of having a plot, just have like a few lore dumps, an intro, and an ending.
Yeah, and look at that, it was a great idea.
I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a bad idea. I like some of the more story-heavy games like Twilight Princess. I mean, I think you can just it's fine for Breath of the Wild and I guess Tears of the Kingdom to have that structure. I just want them to hold off a little bit and just be like, okay, you made the game where you just have fun with the sandbox and I'll fight Ganon at the end maybe. Now I kind of want them to go back to having a story again. I know the Zelda story is always the same, but some of them had good storytelling and characters and shit. It's for a Zelda game, of course, but it was still pretty freaking good. Like I said, Twilight Princess will still remain my favorite one. Probably yes, because I played it first, but also just I like the characters in the story, except Zelda, because Zelda doesn't really do anything in that game.
Literally doesn't exist, really.
Yeah.
She kind of shows up in the beginning.
She shows up in the beginning, the very beginning. She tells you one thing. I think Link's meets her like fucking 3 times in the entire game. One of them being at the very end.
Yeah, one of them being pretty much at the beginning, and one of them being literally at the end.
I mean, to be fair, it said Legend of Zelda, but for this one, it's really about the Twilight Princess, not about Zelda.
Yeah.
But okay, for how non-existent Zelda was, Midna was fucking Kino.
No, Midna's a great character.
Dude, imagine just having a Twilight Princess, but that's just with the gameplay and game structure of Breath of the Wild, but you still have Midna as a companion, and she has actual fucking lines of dialogues throughout when you play. You have actual moments that are moment to moment interactions, character building and shit. You still have a linear story, but you still have the exploration. That would be fucking Kino.
Well, here's the thing. Twilight Princess is very fundamentally a different type of game than Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom because of that, the story-driven experience.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I hope Zelda kind of... Because I know they said they would... they're going to continue with this formula that they made with Breath of the Wild. But I do hope they do scale it back a little bit to allow it for to have great characters and great at least story beats again.
What, you think the goat fucking isn't a great story beat? Come on.
Yeah. I do it. I'm tired of pretending it is.
But it's are you... Specifically in regards to Pokemon, it's they're not trying to make a Last of Us type game. They're not trying to get you
I don't want them to turn into movie games. That's for sure.
I don't even mean movie game. I just mean a story driven, a narratively driven experience. Library of Ruina is not a movie game, but it is a very narratively driven experience. Even if you're banging your head against your keyboard when you don't roll a good dice number, you lose a fucking clash. You cry about it. and some battles take fucking 30 minutes, and then you lose anyways. But outside of that, at its core, very story-driven game. Pokemon is not attempting to get you invested in its narrative in that same way.
I get it. I still do wish there was a Pokemon game that just went super hard with the story and it was really good while still having the Pokemon core gameplay and shit.
Oh, then it wouldn't be Pokemon.
I've heard White Black and White are also pretty good with their stories. But I never played those.
I mean, they have more interesting stories, and a lot of people praise them for it. But again, I simply look towards Scarlet and Violet, and I'm like, they seriously scaled back the player involvement with storylines, and not only was the game more fun as a result, but even the story was more interesting as a result too. It was more engaging when they scaled it back. Which is interesting to think about. It's a more effective story, despite there being less of it.
Yeah, I mean, like you said earlier, the bar was pretty low because like usually they never really gave a shit to write a good story in the first place.
I would even say that not just compared to Pokemon games, but in general, it's a pretty solid story. It's got some pretty it's got a couple of sympathetic characters and an interesting plotline. And it's not breaking any sort of like ground or weaving this fascinating long form or deeply meaningful story. It's ultimately pretty basic, in part because it's still functionally a game for all ages. But despite that sort of simplicity, is still meaningful.
Sure.
And it's worthwhile when developing or creating a game to consider not just the mechanics of the game, but like to what level you want, or to what level your story should be integrated with the player experience. How involved does the player or how much time does the story spend in the face of the player? Is that time spent meaningful for the game you are creating? Are you meaningfully spending you and your players' time with how you are designing your game and the story that is within it? And you have to consider what type of game at its core you want to create when considering that.
Yeah, I get it. Pacing is the most important thing at the end of the day, between gameplay and story and what.
Pacing is so key. I swear to God, fucking every single time some piece of media is bad, pacing is, I swear to God, always one of the issues. It's functionally fucking always one of the problems that makes something terrible is when it's got garbage pacing. It is going back to Sword Art Online, while there are a shitload of poorly written plot elements to it and not great characters, I feel like by far its worst sin is that it's horrifically paced and just spends so many episodes, so much time dicking around, doing absolutely nothing that matters. And it's like, you're not even developing Kirito as a character. She's just kind of existing within these nonsensical side story plots that you've created.
What are you saying?
No reason.
He adopted an AI daughter.
Well, that's actually part of the main story. And
Yeah, it
Some of
still
that-
felt like fucking filler.
Well, I would say some of that is good, or at least okay. Specifically, like the first episode, maybe episode and a half of it. I don't remember the like actual like episode by episode breakdown. It's when they spend all that time like going back down to the first floor to like I don't know, like sell her or something to an orphanage. I don't remember the details. I only remember the abridged interpretation of it. It's only when they get to that point and get involved in like a side plot that it's truly wasting your time. But the plot element of them solidifying their relationship, eloping in the woods, and obtaining a daughter actually serves a purpose for character development for the two of them, and is good for that reason. But then again, they spend a little bit too much time on that and then get involved in a side plot and dig around with something that doesn't matter and then completely ruin the AI child bit with a nonsensical thing where he like programs her into an item at the speed of light. It's like, what the fuck just happened?
I hate
Like,
Sword Online. I hate Sword Online.
it like gives you whiplash with how fucking stupid it is.
Sword Online killed my parents and raped my dog.
And that's just the pacing issues of the first arc.
Oh,
Like,
Lord.
let's not get started on the second arc or Gun Gale Online. God forbid. Which both of those are even worse with the pacing.
Dude, you have not seen. Oh god, the pacing and fucking assassination is. Oh! Oh! It just gets worse. It gets even worse when you remember that it's all filler.
GGO's lightsaber goes for, you know what? Whenever a series has lightsaber, I suppose it's cool because lightsabers are cool. No, he's just. Yeah, didn't you know? He's just like so good at gaming that in a game where everybody uses guns, he can use a sword and beat all of them.
As you should.
He's just that good at gaming.
Bro, I'm such a gamer, bro.
He is such a gamer.
Imagine being
Just
so good
like-
at. Imagine being so good at FF14. You're also a pro at Call of Duty.
It's like on the one hand, it's to some extent it's a little cool, but again, it's just like when everything else, or rather most of everything else, is incredibly dumb. Even something that you can feel might be cool winds up being dumb.
Yes. Even
I-
fucking
I-
Death Gun, which is a fucking stupid name. Even him, they fucking ruined him. It's like, oh, it's like three college kids who like want to bone that one chick, and they're like so fucking like that guy is so fucking pissed off that like this chick doesn't want to bone, and then he's just going to kill her and kill people. I don't know. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb.
And then the leftover one in the next arc stabs Kirito into a coma, and Kirito gets kidnapped.
Yes. Yes. He single-handedly wastes 100 episode.
And then Asuna is such a Giga Chad, she basically immediately finds him and invades the fucking like private engineering government island that they created
Yes.
to rescue him.
Oh my god, I was gonna fucking blurt out a fucking massive spoiler because it gets even dumber.
Oh my god.
Oh, it gets so much dumber. It gets so fucking dumb. Oh!
It's just now. Oh god! Now I'm being reminded of the experience of like watching that episode and having to pause like every single minute to complain about how fucking stupid all of it was. It was just so dumb. The government guy, oh my god, it's so dumb. Oh god.
Anyway, Sekta, I hope you like the post so far. I mean, you said you did earlier, so I'm assuming you still do. I'm gonna move on to the shading in a second.
Dude, watching Sword Art Online is content. Unavoidable fucking content. Oh my god.
Oh, who this? This is Sekta as a pirate. Yar.
No. No show, I swear to God, gets me as violently like it's upset. Sword Art Online.
Yes. Nice, very cute. Thank you.
The worst part is I'm pretty sure I've watched shit that's worse. But like
It's
shit that's
technically worse than SAO, but that's not more offensive than SAO. Except
exactly.
Rebuild of Evangelion. Rebuild of Evangelion, if you're a fan of the OG, should trigger you. If it doesn't, you're not a fan.
Exactly. There's stuff that's worse than Sword Art Online that's just like so bad and so obviously bad it's not even worth complaining about. But Sword Art Online manages to be just so offensively bad. It's ridiculous. Oh god. Oh yeah. Shit that I've rated worse than Sword Art Online. Sword Art Online the movie ordinal scale.
That doesn't count.
I actually rated the progressive movie as worse than the original Sword Art Online series. And that's probably just because since we watched it together, like a lot more of its flaws got immediately pointed out to me, and we spent so much time complaining about it.
Dude, we screamed throughout the entire movie. There was not a minute of the movie in which we were not screaming.
Yeah, there was like
Dojin was just munching on popcorn, hearing us scream at the void.
There was like a solid 20 minutes where I refused to pause the movie while we were like yelling at each other.
Yes,
over,
we were
like,
arguing
that
how the show was bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Not if it was bad, but how it was bad.
And I
we ended up being both right because you were talking about the manga. I was talking about the show.
Yeah, right. I was like being somewhat apologetic because I was like thinking from the perspective of the manga, which I think is halfway decent, whereas you only knew that movie, which was just bad.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's going somewhere, Alexy. Maybe, potentially.
No, it's not. You need to see the truth. This is dog shit.
There's source material that means that it could be going somewhere.
The source is I made it the fuck up.
Oh, thank Christ I had the insight to recognize that nothing was happening during that stretch of time.
Dude, nothing happened. We missed nothing of the movie. That is so funny.
Nothing happened. We missed absolutely fucking nothing.
Yes.
I also find the Gun Gale Online to be worse than the original series. But I think part of the reason why I have the original series above those things is probably just because it's been so long since I watched it, and because I didn't watch it with people to complain about it with, that I might be slightly more apologetic towards it.
Maybe.
Then I also have two other things I rated worse than Sword Art Online are Dragon Ball Z Bio Broly movie and the Dragon Ball episode of Bardock special.
Damn.
Yeah.
I think we discussed it, yeah.
Yeah, both those are fucking dog shit. Which, by the way, episode of Bardock is the one where Bardock goes Super Saiyan, not the one where Bardock gets introduced.
Bro, I don't fucking know. I didn't watch.
It's an important distinction.
Dude, my opinion on Dragon Ball would get me fucking killed in Japan, like, as a mangaka. It will get me killed.
it's an important distinction because the first Bardock special, whatever it was called, actually halfway decent. But the episode of Bardock is just like a nonsensical dog shit in which he like goes back in time and meets Frieza's ancestor, but there's also like primitive creatures who I don't know, like want to feed him. And then he kills Frieza's ancestor, I guess, by going Super Saiyan. Actually, no, he doesn't kill him. And then
Hide it and save.
ancestor,
Thank you, Rowanus.
and then Frieza's ancestor, whose name is Chilled, has a personality that's more along the lines of like the sort of direction that Dragon Ball Super took, where it was a lot more like slapstick and comedic and lighthearted. But unlike Dragon Ball Super, which I mean, some people might not like that, but it just didn't work in an episode of Bardock. It just didn't make any sense. It was just really dumb, and Chilled was really obnoxious to listen to. Anyways, the only non-Sword Art Online television show that I rated worse than Sword Art Online after having completed the show is something from last year, winter 2022, called She Professed Herself Pupil of the Wise Man, which is, of course, an isekai of of a dude into an MMO where he becomes the alt character, I believe. He was originally like basically Gandalf, but he reincarnated into his alt character, which is like a young girl. And not only are the characters in the show pretty obnoxious, and not only does it have a weird propensity to have her use the bathroom as a man in a girl's body and make a point of that fact, but it also has some of the worst CG that has ever graced my eyeballs.
No way, dude. There's no way.
I would-
It can't be worse than Berserk 2016.
Okay, it's not worse than Berserk 2016, but unlike Berserk 2016, I actually watched this show.
Okay, that explains it.
And every single time a goblin showed up, I wanted to scoop my eyeballs out. It was, oh god, it was so ugly. God, it's so dog shit. And also there's like not a plot, and I already mentioned its characters were obnoxious, and it's just bad. It's bad. Bad all around.
Understandable.
Yeah. And I will end this discussion of my television show ratings with something that I rated the same as Sword Art Online, a 3 out of 10, and that is Dogeza de Tanandamida. I tried asking while kowtowing, which is a series of short episodes, 3 minutes an episode, that consist of a dude who is from a long line of family that is known for being able to get anything they want, accomplish anything by getting on their hands and knees and begging for it.
Yeah, the Dogeza thing, yeah.
Yeah, who uses his capacity to do that to see women's tits.
Pretty base. I think this guy is my hero.
Yeah. Absolute dog shit show. The only thing that makes it tolerable is that the episodes are really short. Not even erotic enough to get off.
0 out of 10 was not even porn.
Yes, it was not even porn. You only like got to see people's tits, and only for very brief periods of time. The only actually sexy one was at a gas station. He was asking for the servicer to show him her tits, and she like pressed them up against his windshield, and if I remember correctly, moved them around a little bit. That was kind of hot. Rest of the show though, not so much. Pretty uninteresting and bland.
Doggies and Bros, it's so fucking back.
I feel like that's, now that I looked at my ratings a little bit again, I think that's around the line I draw where, like, to get below a 3 out of 10, I have to, like, you have to be so bad, I actually get upset to some degree. Whereas, because that's a show that's just plain old bad. But I was not upset about how bad it was. It was technically a waste of my time, but not a very significant one. It was like half an hour, a little bit over half an hour total.
Yeah.
But everything below that, I, to some degree, got actively upset because it was so bad.
I will have to make my my own Mal account at one point.
Dude, I just absolutely love how Ordinal Scale is the only thing I've rated a 1 out of 10. that movie was so irredeemable and made me so mad at how much missed potential there was. And when I watched it, oh god, it was one of the most deep, it was potentially the most deeply frustrating thing I have ever watched. Because I swear to god, every single scene or every single plot thread that they introduced, they resolved in like the dumbest, worst possible way. Which is compounded by the fact that a lot of them were actually theoretically pretty interesting. They would like introduce a plot thread, I'd be like, that's kind of interesting, I wonder where they're going with that, and then they like effectively don't do anything with it, and they just completely neglect it and resolve it by being like, yeah, we're just cool guys. So bad.
That sounds typical of SAO TBH. But maybe even worse.
It is. It is even worse.
Damn. Ultimate Scale is one of the only things I didn't watch of SAO.
Dude. Because, again, with Sword Art Online, it's mostly bad, but it rarely introduces ideas that are potentially interesting. So it's just plain old bad, and sometimes irritating that it's bad, but rarely was it like an originally interesting idea that it failed to capitalize on. That movie was effectively entirely a sequence of good ideas that were just completely and utterly ruined. Followed by the most nonsensical bullshit One Piece Stampede ending.
I haven't seen One Piece Stampede, so I don't know.
It's One Piece Stampede is effectively like all of the characters of One Piece in one movie.
Oh god.
With technically a plot thread that causes them all to be there, but one that doesn't matter all that much. And the final fight is all of the most popular characters working together to defeat the boss.
Lemo, of course.
Yeah. So it's like quite literally the fan service movie. While most One Piece movies feature a lot of fan service, especially the modern ones, they still ultimately have like a plot going on in them that is creative and in some ways interesting. Whereas One Piece Stampede was just the fan service part.
Okay.
There was like literally nothing else. It was just fan service. Which means as a One Piece fan, I still kind of liked it, but it was just pretty disappointing and substandard for Oda to write something like that.
Yeah.
He's usually a lot better, at least with ideas, regardless of how an individual might feel with their execution. And that movie felt almost entirely devoid of ideas.
I got you. Yeah, I haven't really seen many One Piece movies. Only Gold and Red, and I think another one, but I have no idea which one it was.
Gold wasn't that bad.
It was okay.
It's like an example of what I was referring to. It's a good example of what I was referring to, where it features a lot of fan service, but it still functionally has a plot that's kind of interesting. It's still definitely not the best showing for One Piece movies, not by a landslide. But it still does a far better job at being an interesting and fun movie than Stampede.
Oh yeah, the hat. What was the movie that came out after Gold? Because I feel like I watched another movie.
Stampede.
Was it Stampede?
Yeah,
it wasn't Stampede that I saw.
It was.
Which one was it?
The one before Gold was Z, I think. No, it wasn't. Was it Z? I feel like Film Z was the one before Gold. I might be forgetting one.
I think I've seen Z, but if I remember correctly, it definitely came out after Gold, because I know Gold was my first one.
No, it definitely came out before Gold.
Did it?
Yeah. Z still used I think it still used pre-time skip One Piece designs.
It did?
Yeah.
I couldn't have been that then. I know Gold came out.
No. It definitely used post-time skip.
Yeah, because Gold was Gold used Gold came out when Gear 4th was revealed.
Yeah,
so it used Gear 4th, like just like how Gear 5 was used in Red, like for a brief second.
Yeah, Film Z came out before then. It did not have Gear 4th.
Okay. I don't remember which one maybe I'm just gaslighting myself. I've only seen 2 movies, but I feel like because I know I've seen one alone, and I've seen one with 2 other people, and then I've seen Red recently. But
I think Z came out sometime around like the end of Sabai Odi or like the early part of Fishman Island. And then for Film Gold, I remember they had like a special episode or 2 episodes where they like went to silver mines after Punk Hazard. So I think Film Gold was early Dressrosa, or maybe like late.
No, late Dressrosa, because there's Gear Forth.
They definitely introduced the idea of Film Gold and tie-in after Punk Hazard, though. Huh. And Dressrosa was fucking long as shit. I feel like it's weird to wait that long. And then Stampede was during Whole Cake, I think. And then of course Red is during Wano, which is currently ongoing. Wow,
Wano is finished.
Did they finish the anime?
Oh, the anime? Oh no, I was referring to the manga.
No, they didn't finish the anime.
No, the anime. Luffy and Kaido have been beating each other with like insane Sakuga for like the past 2 years.
Oh, so you're referring to when the movies came out during the manga run, then?
Yes.
I was referring to when they came out during the anime run.
Okay.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would have come out at the end of Dressrosa in the manga, whereas at like the very start of Dressrosa in the anime that came out.
Okay.
But of fucking course I know that they're done with Wano in the manga. I read it weekly.
Okay, stupid. Then why don't you know?
Funny part is they're not even covering the island. There's currently a lot of a sidetracking from the island that Luffy is currently on, and it's awesome. I love every second of it.
Okay. No, I still have dropped One Piece. I don't think I'm coming back until the ending, unless something really fucking Kino happens, but I doubt. I mean, I know Reborn is probably gonna fucking jump in my DMs every time something happens. That's cool. He's gonna go, yo, it's Kino now. I'm gonna catch up and I'm gonna be like, yeah, it was me. That's fuck.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure what Reborn and by extension most One Piece readers think Kino is you don't, considering you don't keep up with One Piece or even really like One Piece all that much.
I mean, I like One Piece. I've loved it when it was pre-time skip. Everything pre-time skip I pretty much love. Post-time skip, I just can't care. I just can't. It's just, I don't know. It changed. It's no longer what it used to be. It's no longer fun. It's soul versus soulless. I preferred like when it was like smaller scale adventures and the fights were like more bearable, I guess. Like it felt more better paced. Here you go again, pacing, and more creative.
Most of post-time skip, or the first half of post-time skip, has a lot of pacing issues.
Oh, it's. I would argue like until Wano, like
but,
all of it combined is.
But you are
pacing.
But you are quite literally on crack if you think that the likes of Whole Cake Island is less creative than pre-time skip One Piece.
Whole Cake Island was like amazing until like midway through, until after the Sanji crying happens, and then it just becomes like fucking like 50 chapters of battle, and like nothing happens until the Katakuri fight. The Katakuri fight is peak, but I don't know. It's like Whole Cake is like probably my favorite arc of post-time skip by far, just because it had a better pacing, even if it still had pacing issues. It was very creative. I like the story being told, even though it's basically a retelling of fucking Water 7 and in his lobby. I mean, yeah, it was pretty cool. Like I said, Katakuri fight was very fucking much peak. But yeah, besides that, I don't think it's as good as pre-time skip. I mean, you could probably find an arc that's like not as good, but like I would still prefer like pretty much anything from fucking anything from the Grand Line, the beginning. Just what was the arc? Like we had Alabasta, Skypiea, Water 7 in his lobby, very good. Even Thrill Dark. Okay, let's work on the background now. Trying something cool, but we'll see if it works. Secretary, you let me know if you like what you see or not. If you don't like what you see, I will suicide myself. I will? No, just kidding. I will murder you instead. I'll sacrifice Sour Lemon.
What did I do? Sorry, I was reading the comic.
Don't worry. Do not worry about the sacrificial knife under your throat.
Wait, did the new One Piece chapter come out? Let's fucking go.
Probably it's weekly.
Yeah, but Oda takes breaks every once in a while, and I don't keep track of when he does.
True.
One Piece. We got another cover art in which we got women wearing bathing suits, or more accurately, wearing t-shirts and bottoms, bathing suit bottoms. One Piece. Sorry, Ichiro Oda based women lover. We all love women here. If you like One Piece, chances are you also like women.
Chad, female enjoyer. You good so far? Can you say anything until I finish calling the character? Gotcha. I just hope you you like the direction I'm going, basically. Looking for something pretty dark, but like some kind of idea of like fire behind him. I forgot to. No, I didn't forget to shade. My bad. Shading's just very light on this one. It is. Actually, I'm gonna take that opportunity to do some solid shadows. Some soft shadows here. Yeah, already looks a lot better.
Oh, oh. Hey, hey. Just tell me. Bring it out. Deep inside, I want you to lock me up in your world.
How do you spell the name Lily?
Lily?
Yeah.
I mean, there's like fucking 17 different ways of spelling it. L-I... 2 L's wide, maybe?
Damn, the covered scans lied to me.
I mean, like I said, you can like fucking...
L-I-L-I is not a French spelling of Lily.
Oh. You could spell it like that. If it's a name, it's not... It's actually, well, it's more French than what I told you, actually.
Fun fact about this week's One Piece chapter.
Mhm.
You know the guy that Luffy punched on Saba Odi?
Yeah.
He got literally flattened. Like his head got pancaked.
Huh?
Yeah,
Why? Huh?
it's fucking based. Because he
I
got like
have cooked, Alexy. I
Oh,
have
hey.
cooked.
because
Welcome,
he got like punched into the ground so hard that his head like smushed.
But did he show up later on? Like, or unless you're saying it's like it happened this
Like
chapter?
in this chapter.
Okay.
In this chapter. Yeah, you read the latest One Piece chapter, Reborn?
I hate you too much to love.
No, but I read the spoilers, so I know what happens.
Love you
Yeah, some guy sat on a throne. It's pretty epic.
deep inside. I want you
Also, fun fact,
to love me all.
in the 2 years since the Alabasta arc happened, King Cobra became wheelchair bound. He's a paraplegic now.
Fucking crippled. Skill issue.
Yeah. He like aged
Well, that's
15
because he's
years
Cobra.
into.
Snakes don't have legs.
Shut the fuck up.
Deep inside. I want you.
So now he's about to be murdered because he saw some guy sit on a throne.
Know you won't someday find something better. Than my love. So just hate me. You are my love. And my hatred.
All right. I think this is pretty good. Wait a minute. Oop. Sekta, what do you think of the drawing? Are you satisfied? Sekta, you still here?
Secta.
Maybe he took a toilet break or something. I'll send him the drawing after I'm done.
So, what is mine? Is it a base sketch?
Yeah, you have a.
Is it a no limit?
You still have a sketch?
On the queue. I'm
Oh,
pretty sure I have
Loranis.
like.
Loranis, I saw your DMs. Pretty cool update on the design. Oh yeah, we don't sing under color. Okay, I'll do that. Give me a second. Let me just check on Reborn's drawing. It's a extra detail, but we're not gonna do it tonight. I'm stopping after this one.
Okay.
The color for skin ear bits. I was gonna keep it like that, but if you want me to actually put in a color, I could. I'll do something.
Since you're about to end soon anyway, I'm gonna hop off. I'll talk to you later.
Alright, see you later, man.
See ya.
Hello, the Yasinator. Hey, you here? Hello, my name is Alexy. I'm an artist. I do live sketches for money. Currently, we're drawing Secta's character as a pirate. We're almost done. That's cool, man. Looks good as fuck. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Currently doing emergency commissions. We pay for student loans and other stuff. Yeah, if you're ever interested, you have my Ko-fi links on the bio and stuff. Not the bio, you have it in the chat, I think, right now. How I work usually, I just you give me the details of the commissions, and then I'll do it on stream like this. Although right now I'm about to end stream, I'll be back tomorrow at 6 PM EST. Yeah, just putting that out there. Okay. Alright, Sekta, what do you think of this time? Right about now, the skin can stay faded. Gotcha. Alright, I guess that's gonna be it for now then. Thank you everyone for coming to the stream. Let me export it. Alright, so thank you very much, Sekta, for the commission. I hope you liked it. I'll send it to you once I end the stream. Let me update the queue. There we go. Alright, we now only have 12 drawings left. Let's go! And the queue will be cleared. So, the emergency commissions will continue until we hit the goal of 500. Everyone who participated will get a free sketch as a bonus once we hit the goal. Using the name of Lilia's game right now would be certified bullying. Please don't. Please save it for tomorrow. I'm tired. I need to sleep early today. But yeah, so I'll keep going with the emergency commissions until we hit the goal. I hope we hit it before next month. That would be based. If you haven't, go check out my usual commission prices too for the illustrations. Whatever. Let's fucking stop the stream now. Alright, I had a lot of fun, guys. Thank you very much for coming. See you tomorrow, 6 p.m. EST as well. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, crap. Bye.
Please die on my stream.